in today's video, I'm going to show you how to create this new employee onboarding PowerPoint presentation. So without wasting much time, let's get into it. So before we get started, I'll just let you know that there is a link in the description to my GitHub page where I created a repository where you can download the text I use. I also added links when necessary because I tend to jump between external sources and also Microsoft's um, stock images. So if you want to use the images that are external, instead of looking for the accounts, looking for it by name, the links to those images are there, and as well as the text I'm going to use in this project. So if you want to follow along and use my text, that's fine. If you want to use Lorem Ipsum or text of your own, that's also fine. So without wasting much time, let's get into it. So I already have my PowerPoint open and in this presentation, so I'm just going to select this and delete. And what I'm going to do now is insert a shape. So we're going to go to shapes, we're going to select this option. I'll just click and we have a shape. I'm going to remove the outline, set this to no outline. Fill doesn't matter because we want to use it to how will I see, we're going to use it to create an image. Next, we're going to change the size of this circle to 24 cm by 24 cm. There we go. We're just going to have that here. Next, we're going to grab an image from um, the stock images. So we're going to go to Insert, go to Pictures, grab stock images, and we're just going to wait a bit. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I'm going to search, yeah, this image. We don't even need to search for anything. We're just going to grab this um, skyscraper, this building. We're going to select that, insert. So now that we have this, we want to create a kind of a cut-off semicircle with the image attached to it. We're going to use intersect to create that image. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this a bit. Since I want to increase this, I'm going to grab this handle and make the image even bigger. Now we want to um, overlap the images. So I'm going to, let me see, grab this and I want this circle to overlap it. So I'm just going to open the selection pane so I'll move the oval or the image down. So I'm going to zoom out a bit to give us more room. So now we have this image, this circle here, and I'm going to kind of move the circle till it's that's not going to be a problem. I'm just going to grab the image and drag it. It doesn't have to be perfect. We just need enough of the circle. Let me change. I'm just going to go to picture form. Since the circle is 24, I'm just going to change this to 24 and the other value will move to. So I'm going to move this shape and I'm going to select both of them. Go to shape format, align right, and then align middle. I'm going to select escape first. And what I'm going to do is I want to make sure that I select the image first and then the circle holding shift. Now we're going to go to shape format, go over here, set this to intersect. And there we have it. We have this circular image. So what we're going to do, we're not done with this yet. We're still going to crop it a bit because it's a bit big, but I wanted it to have that kind of effect. So I'm going to move this even a bit slightly. Now I'm looking at this as a guide to kind of tell me where the cutoff for this is, and it looks, let's see, let me move it in a bit. There's going to be a circle on top this, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to make sure that the edge is covered and I'm fine with that. So now I'm going to go to arrange. I'm going to align middle so that it's in the middle like so. You know what, the top of the building is cut off when I do it, so I'll do that. So I'm just going to, I want a bit of the building's, top to be visible. So we're going to clean this up a bit so that it's not like that. If you leave it like this, yeah, it's still going to work for good, but having a presentation like this isn't really good. So we're going to go to insert, go to shapes, grab a rectangle, and just make this huge rectangle. Going to put it over here, put it here. I'm going to hold control and drag, so I'll have another one because we're going to use it multiple times. I'm just going to nudge this a bit because again I sometimes can't see the edge, and I always give it a little how do I say it, a little space, so that if I make a mistake while doing this, the picture won't look weird. Better to have a little over than to have a little less. So select the image first, shift select the rectangle, go to shape format, go to this what do you call it, what's it called, okay, merge shapes, and then we're going to, this time we're going to subtract. Grab this rectangle again, once again holding control, we're going to drag it to the bottom, to this side, and of course I'm going to move it a bit because better to have a little, ask me how I know that. Select the image first, then the rectangle, shape format, go to this, subtract. Now we're going to do this finally, make it really long, you know, so I don't have to, what's that thing they say? Measure twice, cut once. So you don't have to, do it multiple times. So, you can see that these red lines are showing that it's telling me that I'll just nudge it like two to the back side, just a little give, just in case. And I'm going to select the image first, select a rectangle and shape format, go to the merge options, and then we're going to subtract, and there we go, we have this semicircular image on our slide. So let's zoom back in because we're going to work on this center area. Sorry, I just wanted to check something. It looked a little weird there. um Next we're going to insert another circle. So we're going to go to insert sorry, we're going to go to insert circle, click, we have a circle. Remove the outline, there we go. We're going to change the fill of our shape. We're going to use a gradient fill for this shape. So I'm just going to right click on this and then format shape. So I'm going to go to the fill and we're going to use gradient fill. So this is at 42. No problem, that's fine. So sorry about that. This color, I guess because I was already working on it, it's already set to that it's already at that setting at the position 42. I'm going to show you the hex code, so I'm just going to go here, select this. So okay, let's check at 100% position. I'm going to show you the, so this is the code, this is the hex code for the this marker at 100%. I will just use this, yeah. Then for this second one, the position is at 42%. Um, this is the fill at this point. So this is the top, then this lighter shade is the bottom. Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to change the shape of this circle to 18 cm by 18 cm, or 18 centimeters by 18 centimeters. Yeah, so I'm just going to grab this and align center, align middle. So that looks about it. Well, you know what, this looks a bit big because I want to have a little circle around it, so it looks a bit big. Let's make this, did I not measure it well? Let me look, let me, sorry, let's use 16 by 16 instead. Looks a bit, this is much better. Going to align center, we're going to align middle, and this actually looks much closer to what I would want. Next, we're going to once again insert another circle. Now, since if now that we've done this, the settings are already there, so we're going to grab a free bunch more of circles, but instead of creating the circle, we just need to duplicate it. So we're just going to hold Control and drag. I'm going to set this circle to 2.5 by 2.5. So that's going to be 2.5 by 2.5. I'm just going to have it just hang around here somewhere. So we're going to get to it, hold Control, bring one more circle here, and then I'm going to make this circle 1.4, oops, 1.4 by 1.4. Then we're going to just maybe leave it a bit here. We're going to hold Control, press Control, and drag this just at the nook, this little space here. I'm going to grab that, and then I'm going to make that really, really small. We're going to make it 0.8 by 0.8. And there we go. We have this image, this circle just hanging up there about here. Now it's not just a random circle, we're going to do a little effect with this. And of course, PowerPoint is fighting me. Let me use my direction keys, just have it just there. And yeah, that looks fine. It may have to move later, but for now, let's leave it like that. This looks fine. I'm just going to grab this. Now for the next shape, we're going to insert another shape. We could just grab another circle and just change its shape, but you know what? It's not going to be an issue. We're going to go to insert shapes. This time we're going for this hollow circle. Just click on that. Now we're going to change the outline. We're going to set it to no outline, and then we'll set gradient fill, and once again it's going to fill it with the last setting. For this donut, this hollow circle, sorry I called it donut because of course it looks like a donut. I'm going to change the size to 7.5 by 7.5. There we go. And we're going to drag this. Let's see till it's really tiny, not too tiny. There we go, something like that. Maybe that looks a bit, I wish there was a exact value. Probably there is, and someone knows what that is. You can tell me. Well, here it says we just have this, and we're just going to have this hanging around here, kind of lopsided. We're going to trim this. So this, I want to leave it first. I want to like let's finish building the entire thing, then I'll know if I should cut it. This I was very confident in. This I'm like, let's have all the elements because we're going to add one more element, kind of. So for this next element, it's going to be kind of tedious. So we're going to insert another circle, but this time we're not going to have the gradient circle. We're just going to have a solid fill because having gradient on this will be redundant. So we're going to insert yet another circle. So we're just going to grab this and we're going to shape outline, no outline. So I'm going to make this circle 0.2. So like I said, it's going to be very, very tiny. So we're going to do 0.2 by 0.2. And there we have this really, really tiny circle that we have to get really close to see. So now we don't need to see every other thing. And now we're just going to grab this control shift and drag. Let me zoom out a bit to see if this was this. You know what? That looks fine. I once more I wish PowerPoint give us an option to have an exact value for something like this, but we just have to make do. It looks fine, so I can't give you an exact value for this. Once again, I'm going to grab two of them, hold shift. Then I'm going to hold control and shift and just grab this handle and move it till PowerPoint says it's equal. And I guess that's how PowerPoint does it. So we'll just grab all of these, hold control shift down. And now PowerPoint is in prompting me. Let me see if I grab one. Will it kind of give me some sort of guide? Because I would really love if they were perfectly. No, nothing. So we're just going to grab it, eyeball it down, pray for the best, hope for the best. Control, Shift, grab any of the handles and drag till it looks perfectly square. Now that we have this, we're going to grab it once more. So I want to have 30 rows. Yes, it sounds like a row. We have two rows. So I want, this is one row and this is two rows. Maybe I could group them, but there's going to be um 30 times 4, that's 120 circles. I don't want to create multiple groups for just this. We're going to have to just make do. So we're going to select all of these, grab any handle, drag. And now I guess, yeah. So now, so now we have four rows. We're going to kind of zoom out a bit. We have four rows. The next now we'll have eight. Don't worry if you can't see anything. Drag, going to drag this till boom. Oops, that didn't work. Sorry. I'm going to undo. Oh, Control Y to redo. Select all of this. I'm going to zoom out a bit so that I have more space. Let me just move down a bit. So we have four rows now. Grab this, hold Control and Shift, drag. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next, we're going to have 16. So I guess we'll have to we'll just keep doing that till we have, I guess, 32, and then we'll delete the excess. Boom. So now we have, I'm just going to grab one of the handles here. So I'm just going to check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. So I'm going to do this one more time and then I'm going to delete the excess. So I'm going to grab all of this, move it up a bit so I have more space. We're going to do a bit of maneuvering. I'm sorry it's so cluttered. Maybe I should have done this first. Control, shifts, and drag. Another trick I've learned is I tend to do a lot of not graphic design. I work a lot with Figma, and in Figma you can create components, reusable components. You can create your own reusable components, not necessarily, but I'll just say have a PowerPoint presentation that has elements you reuse. Like this one, this particular element I'm creating, I created it in another project and I just had it there. And what I did in that project, I just copied and pasted it and then changed the color. But in this case, since I have to, show you how I did that, I have to do it. So I'll just advise you that whenever you can, I deleted it too because we wanted it to be 30. Whenever you can, create your own, just have a PowerPoint presentation that has maybe this circle, you really like it, put it there. You really like this shape, put it there. So that anytime you want to reuse something, you have those elements separate and then you can use them in all your projects. So I'm going to grab all this, Control G, and we've grouped it. So what I'm going to do now is put this right here. Then I'm going to see we had to move the circle. So I'm going to grab this circle to kind of maneuver it. I'm going to move this in a bit. We're just going to kind of make everything fit. Funny thing, I think I'll have to move this down a bit, which, it happens. Let's just kind of make everything fit. We want to give our So we had excess. That's fine. But once again, if you can, I would say I did this and I didn't like it. It was a very beautiful effect. I think it was a different project and it was like I really wanted to use it. So I have this just in one of my PowerPoint projects. So create a PowerPoint project and just have certain elements that you use or cards or designs, and you can come back and reuse them. All you need to do is copy and paste. So we're going to add one more circle. Um, go to shapes here, and then we're going to go to shape outline, no outline. This we are going to make 5.5 by 5.5. If you want to trim this area, if it's bothering you, you can go ahead and delete it. But I'm just going to leave it like that because we've already wasted enough time here. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to go to the selection pane and minimize this. I'm going to grab this and I want it to, yeah, above this but below this. So I'm going to make this, we're going to set the fill, shape fill, make it white. So it looks like we're taking a bite out of this. Going to center it with a white circle. So I'm going to grab these two just to make sure they are perfectly aligned. Align center, align middle, and we're going to group it. What next? So just going to move this out a bit. It looks a bit close for me. So next add I'm going to add an effect to this circle. I want to give it a shadow. So we're going to click on this image, go to shape effects, shadow. We're going to pick this bottom right shadow, and there it is. We have this. So this looks okay. I'm going to post images later on my Pinterest or um, Instagram and that, so it may look different from the one I did. That's the I know I keep complaining this is not it's a presentation software, right? Sorry. I'm going to insert a text. Now we have this let's look at it. There we go. We have this kind of graphic image, you know. So escape to go back. We're going to insert, we're going to text box, and then we're going to write new, all caps, new employee. It was set to caps before, now it's not. Sorry. New employee onboarding. Now I'm going to select the text box, change the color to white, going to change the font to uh, also handy Montserrat, and we're going to make the text, we're going to change the text size to 48. Going to grab this and move it till we have this, yeah, and then we're going to grab this and we have this here. I don't think it doesn't need to be perfectly centered because there's more space than it is here, so we're just going to have to eyeball it. Maybe let's do this, try and get this as close as possible. Grab the shape, grab the text, shape format, align center. I don't like how it's kind of hanging off here. So you see, this is how you kind of do it. You just don't be afraid to move things around. If you don't like how I do it, guess what? You can change it. It's not, don't have to do exactly what I did. So I think that looks fine. We're going to grab this box, Control D to duplicate. Going to bring it down here, and we're going to reduce this to, going to go to home and reduce this to 24. And this is, we're going to add the company name. Oops, sorry. I'm going to add the company name over here, Future Tech Innovations. There we go. So we're just going to have this just kind of hang here about. So this looks fine. I think I'm okay with this. Yeah, this looks, it looks fine. So escape, and that's that. We are done with this. Okay, let's you know what? Let's try and, maybe that should be like a little assignment. Trim this off. Just, it's actually not that difficult. I'm just going to zoom in. Since we don't have another slide, I won't be scared to use my scroll to scroll down, grab this, delete. Sorry, delete. We're just going to select and then hold shift and just select the ones we want to delete. Get rid of those. We're going to delete this. We're going to go ahead, just get rid of all this. It happens. Okay, now that we're done with that, we are going to, let's go back to the full view. We're going to trim this as well. So just like we did with the image, we're going to insert a shape, a rectangle specifically. Just drag this out. We're going to place the rectangle, nudge it in a bit, drag it to the side. We're just going to hold Control, drag to get another copy. So select the circle first, the rectangle next, go over here, and we're going to subtract. We're going to change this rectangle so it's like so. Once again, I like leaving a little give just in case. Select this chopped up circle, rectangle here, and subtract, and there we have it. We are done. So that's our title slide done. Alright, now that we're done with this slide, we're going to move on to the content or table of contents slide. So we're going to go over to new slide and we're going to open a blank slide. So we're going to insert a text box. We're going to go over to text box, change the size, and while all caps, uppercase, we're going to write contents. There we have that. We're going to change the font to Montserrat, size to 44. We're going to change the size, the length of this so that it all fits. Change the alignment of the text to center, and then we're going to drag this till it's at the center. Or you could just use align, arrange, then align center. Oh, yeah. So next we're going to insert a circle. We're going to use shapes. We're going to grab this oval and we're going to select this. Now before we begin, I want to show, we're going to use this particular circle. Now we could copy the circle and reuse the circle, or we could just copy the properties of the circle. I want to use the gradient circle once more. So I'm going to show you a very handy trick. So we're going to go to this first item, select this circle because they all have these gradients. I don't want to pick this one because this one has a shadow. The circle I want to use, I don't want it to have a shadow. I'm going to grab that and then select this. Come here, select, and you see the properties of that other. Let me show you. I'm going to open format shape, and there we have it as same gradient. If you want the shortcut for this, I'm going to Control Z, come over here, select the circle, Control Shift C, and then come to this, select the circle, Control Shift V. There we have the same result where we have this gradient. The reason why I'm showing this is we're going to use this gradient circle a lot. So instead of copying the circle or um, uh, creating the gradient ourselves, we're going to just copy the properties over and over. And for the format printer is a very good handy tool to use when you're going to use the same elements over and over again. So I'm going to change the size of this circle to 3.5 by 3.5 by 3.5. We're going to have this circle. It's for decorative purposes. We're going to insert yet another circle. Just click. We're going to set it to no outline, and we're going to change the color of this to something else. So I'm going to go over here and more colors. So the colors, this is the hex code I'm going to use, 233F6F. Boom. And we're going to change its opacity as well. So the transparency, we're going to make it 85. So now we have this circle. I'm going to make this 7.5 by 7.5. So now that we have this, I'm going to grab this and we're going to center it both. But before that, let's grab a copy. Hold Control, drag. Oops, sorry. I want to select just this circle. I think the selection pane, this is behind, so that's why I'm having issues selecting it. Hold Control. Before I go on, let me just fix that. I want to have this circle in front, this one behind it, but it's the other way around. So I'm just going to drag this and move it over here. So we have one circle here. I'm going to grab this and align them both, select both of them, group them together, and we're going to just have this to the side. Now this we are not going to, you remember in the title slide we fix the we trimmed it upside to fit snugly in the slide. This time we're not going to do that because we're going to do some effects on this circle. This time they're not just static. We're going to have a lot of cool animation effects in this slide, and I want to show you how you can have some cool effects. So we're just going to have it just hang thereabouts. That's fine. Next, we are going to change the size of this circle to 1.4 cm to by 1.4 cm. I'm going to grab this handle and move it over to this side and just have this hang just by the edge. Next, we're going to insert one more shape before we're done. So insert shapes, and we're going to select a hollow circle. There we go. We're going to remove the outline to no outline. I'm going to change the dimensions to 7.5 by 7.5. Going to grab this handle and make things a little narrow. I think that's okay. So we're going to change the fill. Going to right click, format shape. I'm going to change the fill to gradient, and it's still using the same gradient we've been using. I'm just going to bring this over here. I'm just going to have it hang just almost completely out of the page. So now we have this. If you want to trim this, go ahead, but like I said, I'm not going to change this. So if I already have something hanging over here, it really doesn't matter. Once again, if you want to trim that, even during the animation stage, you can trim it. But for the purpose of this tutorial and to move even faster, I'm going to leave it as it is. Now we're going to create the contents of the table of contents. So we're going to select this, and I'm just going to kind of take it up a bit so we can work with everything we have. So we won't even create another shape. We're just going to grab this, select control, and grab one of this circle and have it right over there. We're going to change the size of this circle to 2 by 2. We're going to change the size to 2 cm by 2 cm. Next, we're going to add a text box. We could just grab this. In fact, let's just grab this. We're going to hold control, grab this, and just have it uh, somewhere around there. We're going to change the color of the font here, the color and the size. Color white, and size is going to be 32. And we're going to change the contents to 0.01 rather. We're going to make it 01. And we're going to move this handle so that we can have it centered on the circle. Now we're just going to have it, sit exactly the same length with the circle because we're going to reuse this. So I'm going to go to arrange, align, center, arrange, align, middle. And there we have it. So while both of them are selected, we're going to Control G and we're going to group it. Now we have this group which is going to be our text. We're going to use this to create the numbers for our table of content. So before we even begin, before we're going to move on to the next step, I'm going to once again select the comment. You can also add a fresh text box, but I'm just going to reuse this content, and I'm going to hold Control and drag. We're still going to use Montserrat as our text, as our body text, so we're not going to change anything. We're just going to remove the caps lock. Now I'm going to grab my Notes app and I'm going to find the content. So these are the contents. So the first item is welcome to future text future tech innovations. So paste that too big, no problem. We're going to change the size. I'm just going to get rid of this phantom line. Then I'm going to change the size of the text to 24. And there we have it. Still, we're going to leave it centered. If you want to change the alignment, once again, that's fine. So we're just going to grab this group, grab this, align, and align middle so that everything is perfectly aligned. And we're going to, once again, while they're grouped, there isn't much I can say for spacing. They look, again, once again, you're just kind of I'm just going to have it just around here. I think this is fine. We're just going to leave it as it is. It's okay. You can kind of guess where it looks. Just give it a bit of space, and then we're going to Control G to group. And there we have it. We have essentially what we're going to duplicate multiple times to get. We're going to have 13 no 14 items because that's what it's going to be in our entire presentation. So we're going to select this entire group, hold Control and Shift and drag. So now we have another copy. So in this spot we're going to change this to 0 2. Grab your text. As I said before, the if you want to get this exact text, the link to my GitHub, the GitHub repository where I created a text, I used the README to create a text of page so you can get all this text. It will also have the links to the images as well. When I use external images, they also have the links there as well. I'm going to select number two. Number two item is about future tech innovations, and I'm going to select all of this and paste it. And there we have that. Once again, select the entire thing, Control Shift drag. We have another copy. I'm going to make this number 3. Go to our notes, select it, copy, company structure is the next item, Control C, and once again, we're going to Control V. Next, since this is a single line and the first two items had multiple lines, the alignment is kind of off. So we're going to select the entire thing and we're going to select the entire group and then ungroup it. So now we have two groups. While they are still selected like this, we're going to arrange, we'll go to arrange, align middle, and we have these two items and we're going to Control G. So now when we have an item that would have maybe one line of content, we're going to use this if we have one that has two, so we don't have to edit every time. So duplicate whenever you can. So the next item is going to have one line of content, so I'm going to select this, Control and Shift, drag, change this to 4, go to our notes, select culture and values. I'm going to copy that and we're going to go ahead and paste it here. Now we have number 4. Going to come over here because it's getting a bit tight. When I kind of move things around, it's going to get a bit tight. So I'm going to select this and just Control and Shift and drag this to the side. Going to change this to 5. What's our fifth item? We're going to see that as policies and expectations. I'm going to copy that and paste it. The next item is going to be a single line item. So we're going to select item number 3. We're going to hold Control, drag, and put it over here. Select this. This is going to be number 6. Go to the notes. 6 is employee benefits. We're going to copy that and paste it. Next, the next item has a single line as well. We're going to Control, Shift, and drag. Going to make this number 7 and go back to our notes once more. Role and responsibility. I think it should be roles and role and responsibility. It feels like it should be roles and responsibilities. We're just going to leave it as it is. So this is a 2 item. We're just going to select it, just no problems, no worries. We're just going to right click on group, on group, then while they are both still selected, arrange, align middle, then Control G. And for the final item, we're going to have um, Control and Shift. We're going to drag this. For item number 8, we're going to have notes, training and development. So this is going to be a 2-page table of contents, training and development. And next we're going to fix the spacing between these items and kind of tidy everything up. So what we're going to do next is select everything here and let's grab number 4, kind of drag it down till I kind of like the spacing between this and this. So I'm going to while holding shift, I'm going to select every item, arrange, align, distribute vertically, and just to make sure everything is aligned properly, we're going to align left and everything looks fine. So while everything is selected, Control G to group. We're going to grab number 5 and just to make sure it's aligned, we're going to select this group first, select this one we're already there. So let's go back to home, align, align, top, nothing, nothing happened. So everything was fine there. So going to grab this and move it till it's aligned to this one. We're going to grab everything in this section, align. We're going to distribute vertically just to make sure everything is correct. Align left, Control G. So we have these two groups here. So I'm just going to maybe kind of, let me see, move this out a bit. Once again, you could use rulers for this, but I want to do things very quickly, and this looks okay. It's fine. We're just going to leave it as is. And yeah, that looks good. So we are done with the first slide. Now, if you want to, you can go ahead and trim this. You know what? Let's do that. Insert shapes. We're going to insert a rectangle. It doesn't matter where. We're going to drag this out, increase. Let's reduce the, let's zoom out a bit. Going to move this till it covers this section. And once again, I always give a little, I always add a little give just in case. Maybe I'm not seeing things properly and I don't, cut where I'm supposed to. So we still don't have this extra. So I'm going to select, I just created a copy because we're going to trim the bottom side. I'm just going to grab this circle, then while holding shift, select the box, go to this, and then we are going to subtract. Once again, before we do that, hold control drag so we can trim this little circle over here. We're going to move this, drag this out because why not? Going to nudge this a little bit. Select the slices semicircle and the rectangle. Then we're going to subtract. Once again, just move this here, nudge it out a bit. Select the circle first, rectangle second, come to the merge options, and then we're going to subtract. And there we have that. But as I said, we're going to leave this because I want to add an animation to it. So I want it to be whole. So for the next part, we are not going to um, change anything. We're just going to leave it as it is. Now to create the second page of our table of contents, we are not going to change anything. We're just going to duplicate this. I won't trim the circles if I even will, but I'm going to reuse some elements in this slide, so I'm not going to change anything. So I'm going to select this slide, Control D, and we've duplicated it. Everything pretty much stays the same with some slight changes. So first we're going to select this and delete it. Now we're going to grab this entire group. Okay, or before that, let's select this, right click, go to ungroup, and we're going to select items number 7 and number 8, and we're going to delete it. I'm going to let's change the contents first. So I'm going to change number 1 to number 9, and number 9 is tools and technology. Sorry about that. Let me copy that again to make sure. Tools and technology. I'm going to select the content and I'm going to paste it. So this is a one line item. So I'm just going to ungroup it so that we can make aligning things easier. I'm going to select this once more and I'm going to ungroup it. This time I'm not going to, what happened here? Going to ungroup this as well. This time I'm not going to just, because I want to maintain the alignment. I'm going to select this group first. Hold shift, select tools and technology, come to arrange, and I'm going to align middle. And that actually moved a bit. I did not like that at all. Let's do that manually. I'm going to just grab this while holding shift, and I'm going to move it till it's aligned. So just to check to make sure, arrange, align middle, yeah. And I'm while still selected, I'm going to select Control G. This is going to be 2 items, so I'm just, you know what, let's just delete this. I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to shift control and shift drag till we kind of have it centered. We're going to still have to do a bit of editing, no problem. We're going to change this to number 10. And number 10, what is item number 10? Meet your team. I'm going to paste that. Number 11, we're going to change this to 11. And number 11 is going to be the one checklist. I'm going to paste that here. And number 14 is going to, number 12 rather, is going to be company goals and strategy. Going to select this, going to paste. This time there are 2 items, so I'm just going to select this, right click, going to select group, and then on group I'm going to just select the, while holding shift, drag this upwards till it's centered with this, and then we're going to group this as well. This is going to be number 13. Frequently asked questions. We're going to paste that. Oops. I'm going to select everything and then paste it. And our final item is going to be number 14. Once again, our notes, closing slide. Going to add that. If you want to change the alignment, let it be flush, like let it be, let's see here, that's actually, it kind of looks better, but I intentionally went for that center because I was going for a certain look. But if you want it, even it looks even much better, but I intentionally went with that. So you can change the alignment of your text if you want to. That's 100% up to you. So I'm going to select this group and move it to the bottom left corner because we want to at least put some sort of difference between the 2 items. And we're going to grab this, the handle, and we're going to move it over here. We're going to change the size of this circle to 3 cm by 3 cm. We're going to just have it just hang around here. Yeah. And then we're going to grab this larger circle, and we're going to change its dimensions to 15 by 15. Now things are a bit wonky, but that's fine. We're going to fix it up in a bit. We're going to select this other circle and we're going to make it 8 by 8. So I'm going to select both items, arrange, align, align center, arrange, align middle. And there we have this. Now we have this really big circle that is taking up. So I'm going to bring it in. Let's bring it in. Going to have like a corner effect right here. So once again, I'm not going to trim this because it's going to be part of, we're going to animate this. So I don't want to trim it because we're going to use it in our animation and effects. If you want to, you can, but I don't want to mess it up so that the animation is not affected. So there we have that. We have the second page of our contents slide. Now that we are done with our table of contents, we're going to go straight into creating the content of our presentation. So we're going to select new slide, and since we used the previous one was a blank slide, the next is going to also be a blank slide. So first we're going to insert a text box. So we'll go to insert, then we're just going to we're going to drag this and we'll just write text. Yeah, and we're going to select the text box Montserrat, change this font size to 40. We're going to grab our notes and we're going to look. This is the contents of the first slide. So, welcome to Future Tech Innovations is going to be the title for this slide. I'm going to select this and we're going to paste it. Drag it so that we have everything. We just, yeah, this looks good. We're going to select it and just move it over to the side. And then for the next item, we're going to also have another text. So we're going to hold Control and Shift, drag it down, and we're going to change the font size to 24. And we're going to, of course, go to our notes, select all these items here. We're going to copy it, and we're going to select this, and we're going to paste it. We're going to click on the text box, go over here and make it a bullet point. If yours doesn't look like this, I intentionally added extra spacing because if I had left everything together, there would be so much white space I get. So that's why I actually added extra lines and just clean things up. So there are extra lines in between these items, and this is a single text box. If you want to have separate text boxes, then by all means you can have that. Let's make this a bit smaller because add a bit of we want to add some elements to our slide. So we're going to insert a shape. So first of all, we're going to um, insert these shapes, and we're going to go to rectangles, and we're going to select this rounded top corners rounded, the rectangle that has the top corners rounded. We're going to select this, and again, just click, and we have our rectangle. We're going to remove the outline first, so we'll change it to no outline. Then we're going to change the size, the dimensions. The height is going to be 16 and the width is going to be 11. Just going to move that here and kind of nudge it down a bit. So I'm holding shift right now and I'm going to drag it to the side so it stays on that line. I don't want it to move on me. Then we're going to grab this yellow handle here and we're going to increase the curve till it's perfectly rounded. So we have this semicircle on top and we have it flat on the bottom. We're going to change the color to that same gradient fill. So I'm going to right click, format shape. I'm going to go to gradient fill, and of course it's using the gradients we've been using throughout this project. Next, we're going to insert an image. So we'll go to insert, we're going to go to pictures, and we're going to use stock images. We're going to use the same image we used in the title slide. So we're using exactly the same image. So we're just going to scroll down a bit. There we have it, our original image. We're going to insert. So we're going to change the shape of this. Now you can do this in two ways. You can do crop to shape, and then you can select oval. The reason why I don't do that is that it, for whatever reason, always selects the oval shape. I'm sure there's a way that I could, crop to shape and pick a, it's still going to do. I've tried this before, it still does the same thing. So what we're going to do is, no worries if it's doing that, no problem. We're just going to grab the corner, this corner by the handle, so that everything reduces proportionally, and we're going to change it and make it a bit smaller. So we're just going to pick the height, and we're going to make it 9.6. Enter. And now we've changed the size of our circle, our image. Now we're going to insert a circle. If anyone has a better way to have a perfectly, circle image, I don't know, please let me know. So I'm going to, you know what, there's no need to do this, but for the sake of habit, I'm just going to, we're going to change the dimensions of this circle to 9.6, sorry, cm to by 9.6. We're going to select enter. Now we're going to grab this image and place it. It doesn't matter where. I'm going to grab this to hold shift, and I'm going to shape formats, and I'm going to align center, and just to make sure align middle, it's perfectly centered. Now I'm going to escape to deselect both of them. Select the image first, holding shift, select the circle, go to shape format, select the merge options, and we're going to do intersect. And there we have this circle, and now we're going to center it in this. I'm just going to nudge it down till we have a bit more space over there, and this this looks fine. We have one more item and then we are done. We're going to insert a semicircle, a hollow circle. So insert, we're going to go to shapes, we're going to select this hollow circle once again, tap. We're going to have our hollow circle, no outline. We're going to change the fill to gradient. It's going to use the same gradient. We're going to change the dimensions to 7.5 by 7.5, and we're going to make this, we're going to move this, the line is much narrower, or much more narrow, sorry. Now if I do this, a lot of the gradients is going to be lost, and the effect I was going for is going to be lost. So I'm just going to grab this handle over here, and I'm going to change the rotation a bit, so we have a little bit of, the dark and the light. Still grab this even just slightly, so we have the gradient effects in the corner. So that it doesn't interfere with our text, we're going to just shift this down a bit. Now we're going to clean things up a bit. So go to insert, select a rectangle, just tap, and we've inserted our rectangle. We're going to increase its size. Let's zoom out a bit to give ourselves a bit more room. Going to increase it, overlap it over our hollow circle. I'm going to nudge this out a bit and hold Control, and I'm going to duplicate it and leave it by the side. Select the circle first, rectangle second while holding Shift. You know what? I'm not liking the space I'm saying. I'm just going to, because why not? Select circle first, holding Shift, select rectangle, go to merge options, and then subtract. Next, I'm going to make this, squish this down, and we're going to make it longer. Select our semicircle or our modified circle, select the rectangle next, go to merge options, and we're going to subtract, and then we have this semicircle which is perfectly cut to fit the corners of our slide. Now let's open our slide to see how it looks, and yeah, there it is. That's our welcome to future text slides, sorry. So I'm just going to uh, move on to the next slide because that looks fine. Now, the next slide is kind of part of the welcome to Future Tech Innovations, and it's just going to be a single quote that is going to be in this slide. So let's get right to it. We're just going to add another blank slide. We're going to insert an object. Before we do that, let's zoom out quite a bit. So we're going to zoom out a bit. We're going to insert, go to shapes, select hollow circle. Click and we have a hollow circle. Now for the first hollow circle, we're going to use this dimensions 60 cm. I told you it's going to be huge by 62. Once we have this, we're just going to drag this over here. We're just Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom out once more and I'm going to grab this handle. And the reason why I'm doing that, I just want to see how it fits. I'm going to, now I can see it's kind of transparent and I can see it. It doesn't matter if it's perfectly, you rotate a bit. It's not a problem. So I want to move it up a bit. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move it. And once again, I'll grab the handle and rotate it just slightly so I can see behind. I'm going to move it upward just a little bit, and from what I can see, where the center point is going to be at the top of our slide. So that's what we're going to do. But before we move on, we're going to change its color so that we can make it a bit better. So we're going to keep this selected. We're going to go to the color fill section. We're going to go to more colors. First, I'm going to change this to the transparency to 85, and of course it disappeared on me. The outline is still there. Let's take out the outline, and we are going to change the color. We're going to go to more colors, and we're going to change the color to this hex code 233F6F and enter, and we have this slightly blue color. We're going to trim it. So we're going to insert shapes and we're going to insert a rectangle, and we're just going to drag it over this till it's touching the top of the slide and covering the circle. We're going to hold control and shift and drag so it's perfectly aligned, and now we have this absolutely massive rectangle covering the top and bottom. So before we go on to the sides, let's work on the top and bottom first. While select the circle first, hold shift, select rectangle, go to the merge options, select subtract. Select the circle first, select rectangle second, merge options, subtract. So we still have these two handles hanging by the side. We're going to deal with that now. We're going to go to insert shapes, rectangle, and we're just going to grab this and we're going to move this up here. It doesn't matter the size. Control Shift drag to the other side, and boom, we have that. Select the semicircle or semi-hollow circle or whatever. We're going to grab this shape, select the rectangle second, go to the merge options, select subtract. Select the shape once more. While it's selected already, we'll now select the rectangle next, go to merge options, subtract, and boom, we have that. We're not going to zoom out yet. We still want to add an hollow circle. So we're going to go to insert shapes once again, hollow circle. We're just going to grab that, and now the dimensions for this hollow circle is going to be 60 for, 66 for the height, 66 for height, and then for the width we're going to have oops 60. Oh, sorry, I messed that. It's supposed to be the other way around. Sorry about that. The height is supposed to be 60 and the width is going to be 66. Now I'm going to remove the outline, set it to no outline, and I'm going to move this, and this time I want to there's going to be this little gap because I want it to just be, how will I put it, we're going to have it on these two edges. Now to make sure that if you want to know whether you have it, because I can kind of see these two edges peeking out, so I'm just going to see it in the presenter view and looking at it now. everything looks fine. So this is what I'm going for. I want to have two circles, one up here, and then this other one is cut off at this edge, and it's just covering the bottom left corner and the bottom right corner. So looking at this slide, we actually have the position we are going for. So I'm going to use escape to exit from this. We're going to change the color once again to this our gradient. So we're going to set it to gradient fill, and it's using the gradients we've been using. This time this is going to be a gradient fill. So we're going to trim it once more. We're going to just go to our while we're in the shape format, you can just grab a rectangle, drag it across till it's flush to the side of this. Going to reduce it. We're going to grab, we're going to select Control and Shift while it's still in the same, it will maintain the same alignment. We're just going to nudge this out a bit. Now we have these two rectangles covering the two sides. Select the circle first, rectangle second, go to merge options, subtract. Select circle is already selected. Select the rectangle, go to merge options, merge shapes, and then we're going to also select subtract. Then I'm going to go to insert once more, shapes, go to rectangle, drag this till we are at the top, control shift drag, and now we are at the bottom. Select your circle, make sure you're selecting the circle first, select the rectangle, merge, subtract, oops, sorry, subtract. While it's still selected, select the rectangle, merge options, and we'll go to subtract. Now I'm going to center everything, and I think we have a problem. This handle is sticking out way too much, so I'm just going to, if you did that perfectly well, kudos to you, you did that well. So I'm going to just go back and insert a rectangle. That's not going to be an issue. Drag this out, make sure that this is, let me get closer this time to make sure that everything looks fine. I'm going to select this circle that has been chopped into multiple pieces. I'm just going to nudge it a bit, even though I want it to be, fine. I'm going to select that, select the rectangle, go to shape formats, merge options, select subtract, and there we go. We have our rectangle, and I still don't feel, can't figure out why it's fine, but it's still having that edge to it. So maybe it's just an effect of what I've done. So I'm just going to make sure that it looks fine. Going to go to the presentation, and it actually looks quite alright, even though the selection looks kind of wonky, but that's fine. So now we're going to insert our quotes. So we're going to insert, going to select text box, and I'm just going to write text, of course, so that it won't disappear on me. Then select the box, change the font to Montserrat, change the size to 54. No worries, we're still going to change that. Go to notes, and this is the quote we're going to insert into our slide. Control C to copy, select text, Control V to paste, and we're just going to drag this out, and just drag it out till it fills the entire slide. Now there's a phantom line. I'm just going to, I call them phantom lines, I don't know what they are called, where there's this invisible line that is affecting the alignment of your everything and such. So I'm going to reduce this till it's here. Then I'm going to come to where this hyphen is, and I'm going to tab till I get to, and now Steve Jobs is at the edge, and I have this. So I'm going to align, I want it to be at the center. I'm going to align center, and let's see how align middle looks. If it doesn't look good, we're going to change it, and I'm just going to use my arrow key and nudge it up a bit. Going to nudge this upward, and you know what, I'm going to reduce the size of Steve Jobs to, let's say, 44, so that it looks to just be, it won't be as prominent as the quote itself. So I'm going, let me just increase the size of our text box before I do tab, and that looks fine. and I think I'm quite pleased with how it is. Yeah, so now we have our quotes. Look at it in presentation view. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Now, in the context of our company, I don't know what it means for them, but this is the quotes they've gone with. And this is the end of this quote side. Sorry, this quotes slide. Now that we're done with this slide, we're going to move on to the About Future Text slide. So, once again, new slide. We're going to insert a text and we'll go to insert, and then before we even select text box, let's just go to our notes app, and then I'm going to grab about future tech innovations. That's the title of this slide. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to insert a text box, and I'm going to Control V to paste our title. I'm just going to drag it. We're still going to change it a few things. So we're going to change this to Montserrat size 40, and there we have that. Drag it out a bit so that we have it on our title on two slides. We're going to have this up here while we work on our remaining contents of our slide. We're going to Control and Shift drag this to get another copy of this, and we're going to change this to Montserrat's semi-bold. So I'm going to search for Montserrat, and it's stuck on this, so I'm just going to have to manually find this, and I'm going to go to Montserrat's semi-bold, and this subtext is going to be who we are. So, and then finally we're going to reduce the size to 32, and voila, we have that here, who we are. And for the final slide, we're going to grab either of the text boxes. We're going to hold shift and control. I'm going to drag it down. We have yet another copy, and from what PowerPoint was telling me, this is a good point because it's not perfectly separatable. I might still have to move it. Let's see. I'm going to change this back to Montserrat, size to 24, enter to make that, and then we're going to add these three items to our slide. Then we're going to select all this and Ctrl V to paste. We're going to drag everything as so. Just move it a bit. Now that we have this, we're going to change this. We're going to select the text box and then make it a bullet point. Now that we have all of this, we are going to, maybe I'm going to grab all of this and I'm going to group it. And you know what? It almost looks like it's aligned to the middle. Yeah, going to align middle. Then we're going to add a bit. Now you can see that we have a bit of it. Let's add a little. We have some space at the right hand side. We're going to add something to it. So first we're going to insert a shape. Shapes, we're going to go for circle, click, and we have our circle there. No outline. And for the fill, we're going to set it to gradient fill, and of course it's using the gradients we've been using throughout this tutorial. Now the second thing we're going to do is change the dimensions to 20 by 20, and there we have that. We're going to grab this over here and we're just going to place it. We're not done yet. We're going to go to shape effects, go to shadow, and we're going to pick this one. So just in case you didn't see it, shadow will be selected top left here, so that we have this shadow showing here. Next, we're going to insert yet another circle, but this one is not going to have a fill. We're not even going to bother with anything because we want to use it to format our image. We're going to insert another circle. We're going to change it to 20 by 20. That was that was that was a big no-no. Sorry. 20 by 20, and now we have this circle that we're going to use to, so I'm just going to kind of align it. Doesn't matter. We're still going to probably move it again. So I'm going to insert an image. We're still going to use the same image. You know, we're still going to use that skyscraper, the building we've been using from the beginning of this tutorial. We're going to select our building. There we go. Select our building, insert. And since we know our circle is 20 by 20, I'm just going to select the height and set it to 20. And then I'm going to grab the image, and so we can see what we're doing. Going to grab the circle, the oval. That's, for me, it's oval 6. And I'm also going to grab the image. Before I even begin, let me just make sure it's aligned to the center. So yeah, it didn't matter where we place the circle, because we're going to still move it a bit. So I'm going to select escape to deselect both of them. While holding shift, I'm going to select oval 6. Control, sorry. While holding control, I'm going to select oval 6. Picture first, then oval 6. Whichever name yours has, you can select it. I'm going to the merge options, and I'm going to go for intersect. And now we have this image. Now I'm just going to move it once more to kind of overlap over this one and then bring it down a bit. So I'm going to grab both of them, and I'm just going to move both of them down till it's almost covering the entire page, like so. So this looks fine. Let's trim things down a bit. I'm going to zoom out to give myself a bit of room. Let's close this so that I can see what I'm doing. Insert, go to shapes, rectangle, click, you have your rectangle. I'm just going to drag this across till it covers the length of the circle. I'm going to nudge this up a bit so we have a little bit of space. Drag this upward, and of course hold Control to duplicate it itself, insert another rectangle. So we're going to grab the circle, the one with the shadow first, grab the rectangle, go to the merge options, go to subtract. And for this, I can do this blind. If you can't do this, you can move the circle, but I don't want to do it. I can pretty much do this blind because I can tell what's going on, so it's not going to be an issue. If you want to try it, you can try it. So I'm going to move this, and while looking at the bottom, I can tell where the rectangle is. So it's flush. I'm just going to nudge it a bit. Again, I always add a little bit of give, because I've had situations where I wanted to come as close as possible. I ended up cutting too much into the circle, and then there was this white line because I had cut too much. So I tend to do overcompensate by adding a little bit of space. So I'm going to select this circle first, this rectangle, and I'm going to go to merge options and subtract, and there we have our circle is cut now to the shape of our slide. We're going to do the same for the image. So insert, go to shapes, rectangle, you click, and then you drag across so that we have this. I'm going to drag it up so it's covering the entire top. Once again, hold Control, drag so we have a copy. Select the image first, rectangle second, shape format, go to image options, subtract, and then we're going to grab this rectangle, drag it across, then drag it to the top till it's all there. Nudge it a bit so we have a little bit of space, and then we're going to grab the image, rectangle, go to shape format, go to the merge options, and then subtract, and voila, we have that. Now I want to add a little bit of detail. It still looks kind of, let's just add a little bit of font to it. So I'm going to make it fit the current slide. We're going to insert another circle, and we're going to do what we did at the beginning of the slide. We're going to grab an oval, click, and we have this. Select no outline. Now we're going to make the size 0.2 by 0.2. Now I'm going to zoom in so I can see what we are working with. While we have this circle, we're just going to move it to the side. I'm going to hold Control and Shift, and I'm going to drag it. And somehow um, PowerPoint is kind of wanting it here, so we're going to just let it stay where it wants. We're going to select both of them, hold Control and Shift, and drag it to the side. See, it looks like a square. If you want it to be perfectly squared, you can insert a square and then just put the circles at the 4 coordinates. I'm not going to do that. It doesn't need to be perfect. So we have 4 circles. Select them, Control Shift drag, and there we have 4. We're going to do this once more till have that showing us that they're equal kind of, and I am having issues. I guess I should group them, but I don't want to group them because if I did that, I'd have so many groups. You know what, let's just leave it there. It looks fine. And I'm going to zoom out a bit, and I'm going to select, oops, sorry. I'm going to select all of them, and let's zoom out once more so that I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to drag both of them, all of them rather, and now zoom back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to have about 30. So we have 6 of these right now, and I'm going to just drag it here. Maybe I should have done this first, but we're going to work with what we have. I'm going to drag this once more like so, and now we have 12. Yeah, we have 12, and we're going to select them again, and next we're going to have 12. I don't know, was it 12? Did I count properly? Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 24. So this time I'm going to grab 6. And since I have a little bit of space here, I'm just going to select everything here. You know what? Let's leave it like this. So we're just going to leave at 24 because we don't have enough space to add more. So I'm going to Control G to group it, and now we have a single object. If you want to do more, you can do that. So we're just going to place it here, and these are 24 circles, and then we have that. Now let's see how it looks like in our slide, and there we go. We have this as our about future tech innovations, and that ended up looking fine. We have 24 circle, 24 rows. In total, there are 48, but we have 24 rows. So if you want to do a kind of this pattern, once again, I think I mentioned it earlier in the video, saving these elements, having a PowerPoint, just have a PowerPoint and just name it assets. Like that's what I did, because in other softwares you sometimes have assets where you can reuse certain assets. So I have a PowerPoint, um, a single PowerPoint presentation that is just named assets, and I tend to put, when I have unique shapes or objects that I've used and I really liked, I'll just put it there. So whenever I want to reuse it, all I need to do is just copy and paste it, then change the color to match the current slide. But with that being said, this is the about future tech innovation slide. Now that we're done with this slide, we're going to move on to the next slide. And next slide, we're going to insert a new slide as usual. And the next slide is company structure. So first things first, we're going to insert a text box, and just going to write all caps company structure. I mess that up, sorry. Going to drag this out. We're going to change this, of course, to Montserrat. Change it the size to 40. Drag this out till it's all on one line. I'm going to move this to about here. We're going to Control Shift drag, and we're going to turn off caps lock, and I'm going to write team and leadership. I'm going to select this and change the size of this to 32. I'm going to also change the text to Montserrat's semi-bold. Going to move this a bit. So resize this as well. And now that we have this uh, heading and subheading, we're going to move on to we're going to create three cards with the contents of this slide. So first of all, I'm going to insert a shape. I'm going to rectangle, and I'm going to select this rounded corners rectangle, and I'm going to just drag it. First, we'll remove the outline, and then we're going to change the dimensions to 3.8 by 17.6. There we go. We have this, and just have this over here, and we are going to add an effect, or we can change the color first and then add an effect. I'm going to change the color to white, and of course it disappears. This was why I was like, should we do the effect first? No worries. We're going to right click, format shape, and we're going to come to shadows, and we're going to set the shadow to, let's say, this, but we're going to change things a bit. We're going to change transparency to 55, going to make size 101%, and we're going to change the blur to 10 points. And that's it. We have our rectangle, and we're just going to maybe move this a bit because we're going to duplicate it. So while holding Control and Shift, I'm going to drag this down, and once again drag this down. Just make sure everything is set within the screen, and now everything is perfectly aligned. Probably we'll have to move things up, but we'll leave that for later. Next, we're going to insert some icons. So we're going to go to icons, and then give this a moment. We'll search for puzzle first, and we're going to select this one. Next, we'll search chair, select this chair, and finally, we're going to select third item called collaborate, and we're going to select this one. Insert, and now we have these three items, and there we go. While we have all the icons selected, let's just change their color. We're going to select more colors, and then we're going to go to custom, and we're going to input our hex code for the color we want to go for. I will go for 1F3145. Enter. And then we have this very nice blue color here. And I'm going to press escape so it will exit, and I'm going to grab this center it and just nudge it there, and we'll keep it there, or just move it in a bit. Grab the chair, center it while also aligning it with the one on top, and we're going to also grab this. And I'm not going to group anything yet. Let's build it out and then see how everything comes out. Next, I'm going to insert some lines, or we'll insert one line and duplicate that line multiple times. So we're going to go to insert, go to shapes, line, and I'm just going to drag it like this. I'm going to change the color again to that blue we used for this blue gray we used for these icons, and we're going to change the length to 1.8, or the height to 1.8. I'm going to drag it over here, and lines isn't giving me any guides, which no problem, we'll center everything once we're done. Hold Ctrl and Shift to drag so we can have a copy of it. Next one, Ctrl and Shift while dragging, and we have a copy. Next, we're going to insert a text box, and as usual, I'll just write text so it won't disappear. We're going to leave the font size as is, but we'll change the font to Montserrat size. The size of the font is still going to be 18. We're going to grab our notepad, and we'll come to company structure and take this short description, sorry, copy that, and we're going to paste that here. Just going to resize this till it will be able to fit. Going to once again get rid of this phantom line that is here. Just going to move it, and you know that's, let's see, moving it here. Yeah, that looks good. So we're going to grab, before that, let's duplicate this. I'm going to change the alignment to center. Going to grab this, Control and Shift down to duplicate to create a copy. Once again, Control and Shift while dragging to create another copy. Going to get the contents for the remaining two cards, copy that, then we're going to select this and paste it here. Grab our notes once more, copy this, and we're going to paste it once more in the contents of this card. Just going to reduce the size of this one a bit. I'm going to let's focus on this one first. We're going to grab this, select the text, the line, and the icon first. You know what, we could even grab the rectangle as well, and we'll go to arrange and then align middle, and now everything is perfectly centered at the middle, and we're going to group that, and we have that single item. Once again, I'll just grab this, move it down a bit. So I'm going to grab, let's reduce the size of this text a little bit, and then move this till it's centered with the other one. Select the rectangle, the chair, the icon, the line, and the text. Go to arrange, align middle, and then group that. Finally, we'll select yet again. We're just going to move this up a bit. Let's try and center it, or try to find some sort of, yeah, rectangle, text, sorry, text. Let's select the rectangle, the icon, the line, and the text. and go to arrange, align middle, and Control G to group. Now we're going to select all these items and we're going to Control G to group all of them. And now I'm going to go to arrange, align middle, and we have this. Now we're going to put the profile of the company CEO right here. So we're going to insert yet another um, curved rectangle. We're going with this one. We're going with a rounded corners rectangle, and it's in the, if you go to rectangles, it's the second option. So I'm just going to select it, tap, and we have that. Going to go to shape outline. We're going to set it to no outline, and we are going to change the color to the one that we use for the icons as well. And we're going to we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. Oops, sorry. Just, I wanted to, sorry. I'm going to rotate it 45 degrees. So now that we're here, we're going to change the dimensions to 9.5 by 9.5. And there we go, we have this rectangle. Now we're going to duplicate this rectangle because this is going to be used, we're going to use this to fill it. I just wanted to use it since we're going to, use, so I'll explain. I'm going to Control D to duplicate, and now we have this one in front. We're going to select the one behind, that's the first one, and we're just going to move it so that it's slightly off from this. I'm going to select this one. We're going to use this to create an image, and I'm going to, let me move it even more so that it kind of stands out from the one in front. Now the one behind has a rotation of 23 degrees. Now the one in front, we're going to use it, we're going to we're going to change the fill to an image. So we'll go to insert, go to pictures, and go to stock images. Going to give it a moment. We're going to search woman, and we're just going to scroll down a bit, and then we're going to select this image, insert. We're just going to wait for it to download. Let's give it a moment. My internet is a bit slow. There we go. We're going to grab this and just grab one of these handles by this corner and move it. So I know that this has a, we're going to, let's just align it to this one as much as possible. We're going to just grab this and resize it. Doesn't need to be perfect as long as it's, you know, aligned, or it's, you have it looks good. So I'm just going to increase this, in fact, so that she kind of, so we're going to go to the selection pane to figure out the rounded corner. So I know that this one is the one that is perfectly at 45 degrees because I wanted to have the image to have this perfect 45-degree angle, and I'm going to hold Control and select the image. No, select the image first. Sorry, we have to select the image first. I'm going to select escape, select the image, then select the rectangle that is 45 degrees, that is at the 45-degree angle. We're going to go to shape format, the selection options, and we're going to go to intersect, and we have this. Now we have this profile picture for our CEO. And we're just going to grab these two items and we're going to move it up a bit so it's kind of here. Let's move it closer so we kind of have equal spacing. Before I group it, I'm going to add her name. So I could just, let's insert a new text box. Why not? So text box, we're going to write Dr. Aria Sinclair. Oops, that's not how you spell Sinclair. And that's our CEO. And we're going to change the size of this to 20, and the text is going to be Montserrat semi-bold. And I'm going to center this, and now we have this. Let's bring it a bit closer, and now we're going to select all three items and group it. And there we have the profile of our CEO. The immediate theme is going to come in much later in the slide. So there we have, yeah, why not? It's centered now on the slide. So we have our company structure and team, team and leadership, which is, the company structure. And for all intents and purposes, we are done with this slide. Next, we are going to move on to our culture and values slide. So once again, we're just going to click on the new size button. We're going to insert no, first of all, let's insert a shape. So let's go to shapes. We just click here, and we're going to remove the shape outline, and we're going to set it to no outline. I'm going to change the color of this shape to, let me see, I believe it's this one. Let me make sure I have the right color. Yeah, this is a 1F3145. That's the color I'm going for. And we're going to zoom out quite a bit because we're going to need a bit of space for this. I'm going to change the dimensions of our ship to height 14.5, and our width is going to be 46. We're going to move this till, first we're going to have it like, what we're focusing on is this circle being centered. Where it relies in the shape really doesn't matter. Maybe we should go half feels too close. Let's just kind of take it up a bit so it's just a little off center, sort of. Now we're going to cut this so that we're going to tidy it up, and we're going to trim this down. So insert shapes, select a rectangle. I'm just going to do this once again. I tend to give a little bit of give, control and shift, drag, bring it to the other side. And to make things easier, I'm just going to hold control and keep a copy here. Select the oval shape, rectangle, go to subtract. I'm going to go to subtract while the oval is still selected. I'm going to keep it as that. Select the rectangle and subtract. Then finally we're going to squish this down, move it till we get that red line, and I'm going to just nudge it to the top. As usual, I like to give a little more space. When you see the red line, just going to nudge it a bit. Select our oval that has been cut down, has been reduced. We're going to select the rectangle and subtract, and there we have it. I'm going to zoom it back to its original, like the um, size. Let me make sure that it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Let's skip. I'm going to change the opacity, the transparency. Let's change it to 80. And that's that. We're done with this part. Next, we're going to move on to culture. We're going to add this text, and this text is just going to say culture and values. Sorry, we're going to make this all caps. Culture and values. And once again, I just always do that without thinking. Sorry. Escape to select the text box. We're going to go to font, set it to Montserrat. We're going to change the size to 40. I'm going to drag this so that it's like this. I'm going to drag this to the side. Next, I'm going to insert some images. So what we're going to do, insert, we're going to go to um, pictures, stock images. We're going to give that a moment to load. So we're going to search theme. You can choose any image you want, people working in an office setting. So I'm going to select this one. Then I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to select this one, and then let's scroll down yet again, and let's look for an image that I'm going for. We just need 3 images with themes, like want to show like a group of people walking or something like that. I'm trying to find something. You know what? I saw the image earlier, but I guess this is the time when using pixels where you can find an exact image right like that is much better. You know what? Let's just grab this image. It really doesn't matter which one we're using. So we're just going to grab these 3 images. We're just going to wait for it to download. Please give it a moment here. There we go. So now um, we have these 3 images. We're just going to grab this handle and reduce this like so. We're just going to, you know, bring it to this side so that we can have more space to do what we're doing to do. So I'm going to press escape, and then I'm going to drag these images. We're going to bring one to this side. We're going to bring one to this side, and they're all big. So I'm going to reduce one image first. Grab this handle till we have something like this. And this this is let's just make it an even 10, the width of the image. Let's make it 10. I'm going to grab these 2 images. Oh, it's not giving me the option to edit their width at the same time because I guess they have different width. I'm going to set this to 10, and I'm also going to set this to 10. I'm going to grab this, put it here, and you know what, I'm going to grab all 3. You know what, it feels a bit tight, so let's make it 9. Yeah, that's much better. So I'm going to go to align, and I'm going to align middle. Before I'm going to move this so that this image has the same spacing from this. I'm just going to grab 3 of them once more, align, going to align middle, and I'm also going to distribute horizontally. And now we have these 3 images. So just going to move this just a bit. Now we're going to insert a rectangle, a curved rectangle, rectangle with rounded corners. So I think I have this here. You can go to rectangles and find it here. I'm just going to drag this across. Once more, no outline. We're going to change the fill to this blue we've been using for a while. Then I'm going to check to make sure that we're going to make the height 1.75. and the width is going to be just 8, like so. And we're going to drag this. Now you can add a text box. This literally can become a text box. The rectangle can become a text box, but a lot of time I just prefer to add in my text separately. So I'm going to go to insert and text box, and this particular text box is for innovation. Now I'm going to drag this out. I'm going to change the color to white. We're going to change the fonts to Montserrat. I'm also going to change the size of the fonts to 24. And that's that. I'm going to grab it till it's I almost had it there. Yeah, till it's centered as so. Before I'm not going to group it yet. I'm just going to grab this. While holding on Control and Shift, I'm going to drag this till it's here. You know what? No worries. I'll figure that out later. But also, while still holding Control and Shift, I'm going to drag this like this. The next item is integrity. Integrity. Our next item is, I just noticed something with the text, but that's fine. I'll figure it out. Collaboration. No worries on the alignment. We'll figure that out later. So for the text, I'm going to make it center for all three items. Now I'm going to insert yet another text, insert another text box, and I'm just going to write text because why not? I don't want it to disappear. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat, and I'm going to change the text size to 20. Now I'm going to grab my notes and innovation. This is the text for the content or the text for innovation, and I'm going to paste it here. I'm just going to drag this across so it fits. Change the alignment to center. Just increase this bit. Yeah. Now once again, I'm just going to hold Control and Shift and drag, or just Control, whichever you prefer. And I'm going to, of course, Control and Shift, drag this. Going to go once more to my notes. Integrity. This is the contents for integrity. Going to copy all of this and paste it. Next item is collaboration. It's just this, and then I'm going to select this and I'm going to paste it, and there we have, and that's that. Now the spacing for all these items, the horizontal, I think it's horizontal spacing. I can never figure out which is horizontal, which is vertical. I always get confused. Well, the spacing between items are all equal, so what we should worry about is the alignment for all items. So I'm just going to click here, drag it across to select all of these items, and I'm going to arrange align center, and that one's fine. I'm going to group it, and once more I'm just going to come up here so I can select everything of this, arrange align center. I'm going to group that, and I'm going to come up here and select everything, and once again arrange align center and Ctrl G. So I could see that none of the images moved, so I believe the spacing for all items is the same, but just to be on the safe side, we're just going to align and distribute horizontally and nothing change, and that's it. We are done with this item. If you want to move things around, maybe I could move this so it's aligned with this first image and just No, we're going to move it there and let's see how it looks in display. Yeah, it looks fine. Escape to exit, and we are done with the culture and values slide. For the next item, we are going to be creating our policies and expectations slide. So we're going to click on new slide. We'll have a blank slide. So I'm just going to zoom out a bit to give myself a bit of room. We're going to insert, we'll go to insert, and then we'll select shapes and then go to this curve. We're going to select this curve line, go to lines, and then this will be the line you select, curve. Now starting outside the slide, we're just going to click once, move into the slide, and somewhere around here, it's not going to be perfect, no worries, just click around there. I'm going to bring this up a bit, click here, come down a bit, click here, make it a little bit like take it up a bit, and then we're just, it's not going to be perfect, it doesn't have to be perfect, we're just going to grab this and click here. While we're outside here, I'll just bring it down and click again because it's going to drag it, it's going to make it curve downward again, so I don't want it to do that. Click here, come over here, click here, and now we're making this wobbly kind of shape. So I'm just going to, I'll just click around here because I can't see the end of the line so that I'll know that I have everything. I want to make sure that the shape is closed. So I press escape to exit this fill, this mode. So I'm going to select fill and I'm going to use this blue. And now you see like I was guessing around here. Maybe you can use a white line so you can see what's going on. But hey, it still worked out and doesn't need to be perfect. You just need a bit of, a little curve here. So we're going to clean up this shape. I'm going to insert a rectangle as usual. Go to shapes, insert, and I'm going to select a rectangle, and outside the slide I'm just going to draw this. Once again, I'll just nudge this once and then control and shift, we're going to drag this to the other end. Once more, I'm just going to move this till it's, and I'll just nudge it out a bit. Select this, and we'll go to merge options, the merge options, and subtract. Select while this is selected, select the rectangle. Once again, subtract. We're going to insert another rectangle again, just to trim the bottom part. Insert rectangle, and we're going to create a rectangle here, and I'm going to move it till I see that red line, which indicates the bottom of the slide. I'm going to move it 1 or 2 times down. Select the shape, select the rectangle, once again subtract, and there we have this, and I'm going to make it fill this entire slide. So now we have this shape. Next, we're going to insert our text, our head, our title. Insert, we're going to go to um, text box. We're going to write policies, or uppercase, policies and expectations. There we go, escape. And once again, I keep doing this, I apologize. Escape, and I'm going to, we'll go to, we'll select Montserrat as the font, and size is 40. Going to grab this so that it's like so, center the text, grab this and put it at the center like so. We're going to insert another rectangle. So insert, we're going to go for this one. I'm going to insert a rectangle like so, and I'm just going to make this a bit, so the curve won't be too pronounced. We're going to change the shape dimensions to 31.5 by 8.5, and height 8.5, and the width will be 31.5. We'll change the outline to no outline, and I'm going to we're still going to do a bit of work, so whether it's centered or not is fine. We're going to figure out. No outline. For the fill color, we're going to make it, let's go to color, and we're going to go to more colors, and I'm going to F0, F4, FA, enter. And then we have this really light blue color. I'm going to add a shadow, so we're going to go to this, use presets, and I'm going to make it this one, center. We're going to change a few details about, we're going to change a few settings. So we're going, oh, let's make the shadow, oh, and that's fine, center. I'm going to leave the color as it is. We're going to set the transparency to 80%, so it's going to be really light, and it's almost even, you know what, let's make it, it's even still a bit dark. Let's make it 90%. We're going to leave the size to 101, and yeah, that looks fine, so that's okay. Now we're going to add circles, so we're going to go into insert shapes, circle. I'm just going to tap, and there we go. We have this circle. Shape outline, no outline, and we're going to set this to, we're going to change this dimensions to 3 by 2, 3.2 by 3.2 cm, 3.2 by 3.2 cm, and we're just going to set it here. We're still going to add other details beneath it, so when we align those elements, we're going to change we're going to change where it lies eventually. We're going to change the color to our blue color. Then we're just going to drag this, hold Control and Shift, drag this circle. So I'll figure that out later. Just drag it, let it be 3 different circles. Now we're just going to add a bit of text, because, or before we add the text, let's add our icons. So insert, go to icons, and we're just going to wait a bit for it to load. So we're going to search clock. We're going to select this icon. We're going to search, I think shirts should do, because once we need an icon to represent dress code. We're going to select this icon, and then we're going to select check. Um, or I think is it badge? That's the icon. Let's give it, yes, this one. So we'll search badge and we'll grab this icon and insert. Okay, while they are here, we're just going to change their fill color to white. Now they'll be barely legible, but they are still there. So we're going to grab, what do we grab? The shirt. The shirt comes in the center. We're going to grab the clock. Sorry. We're going to grab the clock, move it over here. We're going to center it later, no worries. Put it here. So I'm just going to grab the clock, and why is it? I'm going to, hold on. I'm going to grab both items, and I'm going to arrange, align center, arrange, align middle, and Control G to group. Move on to the next one. Just drag over these two. Arrange, align center, arrange, align middle. There we go. Control G. Going to grab this other two, then align center and align middle. I will group that. Now we're going to add a few text boxes, or just one, then we'll duplicate, and we're just going to write text. Escape to select the text box. We're going to change this to Montserrat. We're going to make the text size 20 for now. Go to our notes, grab our policies and expectations. So the first one is office hours. I'm going to copy this and then we're going to paste it here. Drag it like so, and let's like this. I'm going to set the alignment to center and enter once more to add a bit of space. We're going to change the size of this, but before we do that, I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to hold Ctrl and Shift and drag this. Ctrl and Shift to drag this once more. Now for dress code, the next is dress code. We're going to select this text box, select everything, Ctrl V to paste, and once more we're going to add a space to give it a bit of space in there. Once again, select this item, code of conduct. We're going to select it here, and then we're going to paste it. And code of conduct once more, we're going to increase this. So we'll go back to this first one, select office hours, increase it to 24, make the font Montserrat semi-bold. Same thing with this, copy, select that 24, Montserrat semi-bold. The final one, select all of these once more, and of course 24 and semi-bold, and we're going to increase this to accommodate that. So now we're going to select all these items and I'm going to arrange, align, center, and that's fine. You know what, just in case, to make sure that everything is all hunky-dory, we're going to select all this and top. I think this one moved a bit. Going to hold shift and select all items and also just align. I'm going to align top, nothing. Okay, that was fine. So I'm going to select these items and then arrange. We're going to align, center, and then I'm going to group it. Going to also select these two items, holding shift, arrange, align, align center, and I'm going to group that as well. And I'm going to select this item and select this item, arrange, go to align and align center, and I'm going to group them. Now I want these three items to be spaced equally and also centered on the rectangle. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to select these items and I'm going to select arrange, align, distribute horizontally, and nothing moved. So we're just going to leave it as it is. We're going to group everything and then select this rectangle, arrange, align, align center, and now we have everything for this slide. I'm just going to grab both of them, going to bring it down also slightly, and this, I'll just use my arrow key to bring it down a bit. Now I'm just going to add one final text box. So before I even copy that, I'm just going to want to put a little disclaimer there. Insert, going to insert text box, and I'm going to Control V to paste that. I'm going to leave the size as it is, increase this, change the font to Montserrat. No, I did semibold, sorry. Montserrat. Expand this to the right, change the color to white, make the text centered, go to arrange, go to align center. And there we have that. We're just going to move this down a bit so that, yeah, that looks fine. And with that, we are done with the policies and expectations. Let's take a look at it. There we have our policies and expectations slide. For our next slide, we're going to create the employee benefits slide. So we're just going to come over here and insert a new slide. So first we're going to insert a shape. So we're going to go to insert shape and we're going to go to basic shapes and we're going to select teardrop and I'm just going to click and we're going to have that. Go to shape outline, no outline. Then I'm going to change the fill to gradient fill. This time we're going to do something a bit different. So I'm going to move this handle, select this handle and I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to make it 2 and I'm going to grab this handle and make it 42 instead. I'm going to make this 42. So for this handle, we're going to change the color. So you can just let me just put the hex code so that we don't get confused. So at position where it's 2%, it's going to be 304C6E. Essentially, we're flipping the gradient. So I want to have the lighter side at the tip and the darker side at this edge. But when I use the gradients we've been using, it flipped. It was the other way around. So I wanted the lighter side to be at this place. So now I'm going to use this one. We're going to use the darker blue. But if you don't know what it is, I'm just going to show you what it is. And this is the hex code. So what I just did is I just flipped the colors. So I'm going to make this bigger so you kind of get the effects I'm going for. So I'm going to go over here, size and properties, and I'm going to rotate it. Let's put it, oops, no, at 90 degrees. I'm going to increase the size to 8.2 by 8.2 by 8.2 cm. There we go. So we have this. We have this gradients. Now I'm going to, while I have this selected, I'm going to insert a circle and I'm going to insert a circle into this. So we're kind of creating like, let me just show you. I'm going to click outside and I'm going to go to insert shapes and I'm going to select an oval. Click, we have an image circle. We're going to set that to no outline and we're going to change the size to 6.2 by 6.2 cm. So that will be 6.2 by 6.2 cm. We're going to place it over this one like so and make sure it's centered and we're going to change the fill to white. Now while we have this selected, we're going to select these two items and I'm going to Control G to group it. Now we have this, I guess I'll call it a pin or this shape, whatever you call it. So I'm going to hold Control and Shift and I'm going to drag it like so. Then I'm going to go to rotate. I'm going to flip horizontally and now we have this. We're going to kind of bring them really close together. I'm going to use my arrow keys to get it really close. Select this, Control Shift, drag this once more like so, and now we're going to rotate and we're going to flip vertically. Once again, use my arrow keys to get it as close as we can so it matches this. No worries if it's not perfect, no problem. We're going to also grab this down and of course we're going to rotate it and we're going to of course flip vertically, and there we go, we have this shape. Now for this shape, this one in particular, so let's open, let me, now selection pin. Let's open the selection pin. So I'm going to grab this teardrop and we are going to change the color of this teardrop to the lighter blue color we used in the previous slide for that rectangle. So I'm going to change the color of this and I'm going to set this to solid fill. It's set to white. We're going to come to the color, more colors, or if you already have it set, it was set right there, but no problem. I'm going to show you the code once more so you don't have to, just in case. So I'm going to use F0, F4, FE. There we go, and it's this really light blue color. And we have these 4 items in our slide. Now we are almost done with this side. Let's add a bunch of text. So I'm going to insert text and I'm going to write as usual text so that our text box, and I'll press escape so I'm selecting the entire box. Change this to Montserrat. Then we're going to change the font, or we're going to leave the text as it is. And before I even place it inside the circle, I'm going to just go over here and then employee benefits. This is the first benefit. We're going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. I'm just going to grab this and we're going to make it, I'll change the alignment to center. So I'm going to grab this and place this here like so. So if you want, we'll on, let's copy this text box first. So I'm going to hold Control and Shift and I'm going to drag this along here and make sure it's centered. So I'm going to select this first and I'm going to ungroup it. Then I'm going to select this text so as it's all one item and I'm going to group it. For this second item, let's just go ahead. I'm holding Control, I'm holding Shift and I'm going to drag it here. While still holding Control and Shift, I'm going to drag this here. It's not centered, no problem, figure that out. Next item is paid time off. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste that, and that's fine, that's done. We're going to, of course, select this on group and then I'm going to select the text as well and I'm going to group everything. Now for this third item, this is going to be professional development stipends and certifications. No, that's no. Oh, sorry about that. It's supposed to be in this place. Personal development and professional stipends is going to be on this one, and I'm going to ungroup it here. Control. Yet, not yet. I said I was going to center this. I'm still holding Shift, and I'm going to make sure this is centered. I'm trying to, you know what, the lines are failing me. I'm just going to grab the circle, grab the text, arrange, align center, and I'm going to grab this, going to group it into one object, and I'm going to go to the final item, gym memberships, wellness programs, and parental leave. We're going to copy that and we're going to paste it here. So this one has 5 items. I'm going to just move it up. Yeah, that's fine. So it's centered. I'm going to select this, right click on group, select while holding Shift, select, and then I'm also going to group it. So we are done with that item. I'm just going to group it. I'm just going to select everything and group it into one item so that I can make sure that it's centered it's in the middle of the page. So align middle, and it's in the middle of the page. We're done with that part of our slide. I'm just going to move it a bit because there's going to be a lot of space because this is the main content of our slide. So for this slide, our title is going to be at the center right, at the center. So this is all caps or uppercase employee benefits. Like so, we're going to, of course, change it to Montserrat 40, size 40. We're going to extend this so it fits, and then voila, we have it right there in, I think, in the center. That's just, when in doubt, just use align middle. Now it still looks a bit bare. So I'm just going to add a little, we're just going to throw in a bunch of circles in there. So of course, insert circle, and this will be a good time to reset our gradient back to its original shape. But there was something I showed you earlier in this video, but interestingly, I haven't used for a very long time. So we're going to use that now. We're going to go to any of these circles. We're just going to pick any of our slides where we have the circles, and now we have this circle. Remember the shortcut Control Shift C. Now what we've done is we've copied the properties of that circle. We're going to go back to slide number 10, and now we're going to Control Shift V, and now the sliders are back to, these markers are back to where they were, and now we have our normal gradients. So now anytime I want to use our gradients, we're using the gradients we were using before. We just changed it, but with PowerPoint or Microsoft in general, it's going to inherit the former settings from the previous item. So I didn't want it to do that. Next, we're going to change the shape of this circle to 1.4 by 1.4 and 1.4 by 1.4. We're going to grab this handle over here and just move this to the side. Or, you know what, let's move it right about here. We're going to also grab this while holding control. I'm going to drag this to this side, and I'm going to change the size of this one to 2.6 by 2.6 mm. 2.6 by 2.6. And there we have this. I'm just going to, you know, let it kind of hug the corner of this slide here. We're going to insert another circle. I'm going to select the hollow circle. So go ahead, if you can't find it, either go to insert, go to home, whichever one, or in that case it was right there. So whichever one you pick, select the shape, select shapes, hollow circle, click. We're going to select gradient fill, and of course we're not using the new one, so it still has its outline. I'm just going to remove outline. I'm going to increase the size to 7.5 by 7.5. 7.5 by 7.5. And I'm going to make this, I'm going to reduce this, so I'll make it much narrower, like so, and I'm going to drag this out here. Now before we move on and add our last item, I'm just going to trim this circle and this circle so that it fits inside the slide. Although our last item would fit inside the slide, whenever I can, I will. But if I can't, I'll just leave it. I can, but I won't, because it's easier to, I'll choose the path of least resistance. So I'm going to move this till it's as close as possible, and I'm going to, nope, wrong, select the circle first, hollow circle first, then, you know what, I forgot. Let's duplicate this. Circle first, hollow circle first, rectangle second. Come to the merge options, and we're going to select subtract. Going to, of course, duplicate it because we have to trim that circle as well. We're going to reduce this like so, drag it up top, and there. We're going to nudge it to the side. select this circle, this rectangle, go to our merge options and subtract. Now for this, we're going to bring it right over here, control to create a copy because we're going to trim the bottom. Going to select this part, please move it down a bit. Circle, rectangle, go to merge shapes, the merge options, and then we're going to subtract, and I'm going to reduce this like so over here, and I'm going to select the circle first, rectangle second, subtract. Let's make sure that no part of our shapes are missing. So right, I can't see any edges on this side. One more detail and we're done. This side still looks a bit bare. So we're going to go to our first slide, the title slide. We're going to select this and we're going to copy it. And we're going to come down to this our slide. And we're going to just paste it. This side I'm going to change the rotation like this, so it kind of overlaps our circle, and I'm going to check shape format. Let me see what the rotation, if you want to see 50 degrees, so it's rotated at a 50-degree angle, and with that we are done. And I'm going to look at this, and there we have it. We are done with this slide. So we're done with the employee benefits slide. Yeah. Now for the next item, for the next slide, we're going to create the roles and responsibilities slide. So once more, we're going to add a new slide, create a new slide, and this time we're going to insert a stock image. Sorry. And we're just going to give this a moment to load, and we'll search wave. And then we're going to go down and select this image right here. So we're going to do a bit of formatting on the image. Instead of in my earlier video, I used the image for the background, where the background fill was used, the image was used as the background fill. But this time I want to do a bit of formatting on the image before we actually do that. So we can actually just go right ahead. Now that the image is here, I'm going to change a bit. I'm going to change a few things. So what I'm going to do is go to, I'm just going to right click, go to format picture. Now I'm going to select this icon where it says picture. Now in picture corrections, I'm going to set the brightness to -40, and I'm also going to set this to -40 as well. And we have this image. Now I'm going to crop it, and I'm going to select aspect ratio, and I'm going to set that to 16:9, and I'm just going to press escape, and we've cropped this image to this. Now I'm going to drag this a bit. Now I'm going to copy this image, and then I'm going to move this out of the way. Come here, format background, sorry, and set it to picture or texture fill, sorry, and then select clipboard, and there we have it. Our picture is now, this edited photo is now our background, so we can delete this now. So that's how you can, format a photo before you add some effects to it. So next, what we're going to do is insert a text box. So we're going to go to insert, go to text box, and we're going to write roles and responsibilities. I have caps lock on, so I will have all uppercase letters, roles and responsibilities. Now that we have that done, I'm just going to drag this out. I'm going to change it, of course, to Montserrat, and change the color to, change the size. Let's change the size. Let's increase the size first to 40, and next we are going to change the color to white. We're just going to arrange, align, center, so I'll have it here. While holding shift, I'm going to drag it off so that I don't change its alignment unintentionally. So next we're going to insert um, some rectangles, but we're going to use the rectangles with curved corners. So we're going to use these rounded corners. Sorry, I'm going to select this. I'm just going to click this and we have that. Now we're going to remove the outline, and now we're going to change the dimensions for the height. We're going to make this 12.5, and for the width we're going to use 8 cm as the width. I'm going to drag this up here. I'm just going to grab this handle, this yellow dot over here, and I'm going to reduce that, and I think that's good. So for this rectangle I'm going to change its color to white. I'm going to go to fill and select white. While this is here, I'm just going to have this like this, and next I'm also going to insert a circle. So go to shapes, I'm in the shape format, but I can pick any shape from here. You can go to home, you can go to insert, tap, we have a circle, and then I'm going to set that to no outline. I'm going to change the dimension of the circle to 3.7 by 3.7, height to 3.7, and the width to 3.7. Then we're going to change the color to that dark blue we've been using throughout this tutorial, and I'm going to grab this dark blue. This is perfectly centered, and I think PowerPoint likes it there, so we're going to leave it there. Now I'm going to select both items, and I'm going to hold Control and Shift, then drag here, and like so here. But for this item, we're going to do a bit of, we're going to make some changes to this item. So first of all, we're going to make this white. I know it's redundant because we just changed it. You can't see it, no problem. We're going to set this to gradient fill. And now I've restarted my computer in this process, so it has reset. So no problem. I'm just going to pick, I'm just going to go, if this has happened to you, no problem. I'm just going to go to any object that has, I want to pick the one that has no shadows. I'm going to grab this circle, and I'm going to Control Shift C, and I'm going to go back to my slide, and I'll Control Shift V, and now we have the same gradient fill. I don't have to start thinking, oh, where is what? I don't have to figure out the colors and such. I just know I just need to copy the properties, and you see this when we're doing the animation. This doesn't only work with properties like gradients or colors. It also works with, you can use it in animations too. So we're going to use that later. So next on the agenda, we're going to insert some icons. So insert icons. I'm going to use the default icons. If you want to use any other icons of your choice, no problem. There are a lot of icon libraries out there. So I'm going to search for network first. Caps lock is on, still going to work nonetheless. I'm going to select this icon, and then I'm going to search developer. Select this icon, and our final icon, we're going to search for success, and we have this icon. And then I'm going to insert those icons. So let me put them over the white um, rectangle so I can see it. I'm going to press escape. So for this icon, we're just going to move it here. The developer goes to this center, and we're going to change the icon, the color, to the same color as the rectangle, like this top part of the rectangle. So the dark blue, that's of this color. We're going to change this icon. We're going to move this icon. Success, that's this icon, is going to come over here, and we're going to change the fill to white. Yes. And then we're also going to grab this icon. Oops, sorry. Grab this icon. Why is it doing that? Sorry about that. I'm going to grab this icon, and I'm going to move it and make sure it's centered right over there. And I'm going to change the color to white. And now we have these three cards. Now we're almost there. We're going to insert a text. So we're going to insert text box. So I'm just going to drag this out and write rule because that's the first word for what we're going to insert. But for now, let's just change things up a bit. We're going to change the font to Montserrat, change the size to 20. Now we're going to grab our notepad and we are in roles and responsibilities. So we are in role. So role is, we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it here. Role is software developer and AI solutions. You know what I'm thinking? This would have worked for this, but you know what? You can just change it. I just lose it, but this one works too for what we want to use it. So I'm going to center this and I'm going to drag this. Now, before I even do any formatting, I'm just going to, let me see, the spacing looks, it's fine. I'll just Control Shift and drag till we have this here, and I'm also going to drag this here. So I'm going to press, let's just copy the text first. For responsibilities, the second item is responsibilities, and we're just going to paste that here. I'm just going to move this also slightly so that everything fits snugly. Guess we'll have to reduce the text size for this one because this isn't fitting. So what we're going to do is we're just going to reduce the text size for this item, just this item alone. I'm going to press select, enter so that we can have a bit of space. And what's it going to do now? We're going to change it to white and this. So first, let's work with this. We're going to increase this and select this, change the size to 24 and we're going to change the font to semi-bold. So we're going to change, let me open a window and I'm going to change it to Montserrat semi-bold. Semi-bold. There we go. I'm going to leave that as it is. This as well, I'm going to change to semi-bold. So I'm going to change to semi-bold. And this one as well, we haven't even added our content. I'm going to success metrics. Minimize. I'm going to copy all this and we're going to paste. And success metrics, this is what we're going for. I'm just going to drag this out like so, drag this out like so that we have this. Oops, let's make sure that it's all centered. Yeah, I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to make this semi-bold and I'm also going to increase it to 24. I just realized I didn't increase this one. I'm going to select this and make it 24. This I'm going to move, just this one I'm going to move a bit. This one is actually going to be a bit different from the rest, so no problem if it looks different, and in the end it all makes sense. So now that we've done this, I'm going to, you know what, in fact I'm going to, so what I'm going to do, this is already taking up 2 lines, this is taking just one, so I'm going to grab both of them so that at least they will be at the same level. Then I can just select this one, and make this slightly bigger. So I'm going to grab everything here, go to arrange, align, center, just so that we're sure everything is on the same. We're going to group everything, Ctrl G to group everything. Select everything here, go to arrange, align, align center, just to make sure everything looks fine. And once again, we're going to grab this, select everything, arrange, align, align center, and everything looks good. And we're going to group. Now, these two items, we are going to leave it as it is right now. So we're going to move this up a bit. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move it upward so that it stands out from the rest. So I'm going to grab these three items, arrange, align, distribute horizontally, and I'm going to group all of them, Ctrl G, and I want to make sure everything is perfectly aligned to the center of the slide. Align, and I'm going to align center, and everything was good. So that's it. We are done with roles and responsibilities. Let's take a moment to look at it in the presentation mode, and it looks good. So that's it. Now we're going to move on to the next slide, which is the training and development slide. So while we're on this slide, we're going to add a blank slide. Straight away, we're going to insert a text box. So we're just going to write training and development, all uppercase, development. And we're going to change the font to Montserrat, size 40. Oh, sorry. Montserrat, size 40. And we're just going to extend this till everything is expanded, and we're going to grab this and kind of move it around. So I'm going to, while holding Control and Shift, drag this down, and I'm going to change this to 01. I'm just going to put a period as well. So I'm just going to decrease this one till it's just about there. Then we're going to we're just going to duplicate this one, because why not? Hold Control, and we're going to drag this till it's aligned with this one. Now for this one, we're just going to go ahead and grab our notes, and we're in training and development. The number number one item is this. So I'm just going to copy this, and before I even do that, let me change the font size so that it doesn't go crazy. So I'm going to change it to 24. Select, I'm going to copy all of this and then paste this. So I'm just going to drag this like so. I'm just going to, from AI tools, I'm going to select everything and go to numbering and just press number, and it's going to number everything, and this is fine. Now we're going to grab number one, Control and Shift, drag this down till about here, and I'm going to make this to expand it a bit so that we have to select this text box, Control and Shift, and we're going to drag it down till it's about here. And then we're also going to go to our notes, grab the contents for number 2, copy it, and I'm going to select everything, Control A, and then Control V. Just going to drag this so that's this item. So this part of our image is looking, our slide is looking a bit boring, because this is all the contents we need for this slide. So I'm just going to select everything. I'm going to group all of it, and I'm going to arrange, align, middle, so that everything is centered on the page. So now this place looks kind of bare, so we're going to add a bit some details there. So we're going to go to shapes, go to rectangle, click, we have a rectangle, go to shape outline. We're going to select no outline. Going to move it to this edge. Now for the height, no problem. We're just going to drag this down till it covers the entire page. For the fill, we're going to use our dark blue, and for the width, we're going to set it to 7.5. There we go. And just going to move that. Let's make sure that it's covering. Yeah, escape. Now I'm going to insert. No, first of all, let's go back to our first slide. So once again, reuse content wherever necessary. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to Control C to copy, and I'm going to go back to my slide, and I'm going to paste this here, and I'm going to just move this. Oops. Sorry, that's giving me that's didn't go how I wanted. Sorry, let me go back to the first slide. I'm going to select this, copy this, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. And I'm going to grab this and move it out like so. I'm going to use my arrow key to get it as close as possible to this rectangle, and here we have this. Now the final detail is an image. We're going to insert an image, and we're going to go to pictures, stock images. Give that a moment to load. Once again, we're going to search theme. You can see a theme here. Sorry. So um, uh, I'm just going to look for, once again, an image that communicates a theme but in a corporate or work setting. Basically, not something like sports. We're just going to search for an image. If you have seen an image you love, by all means go with it. I want to check for something. You know what? Why not? Let's go with something like this. We haven't used let's use this image. You know what? Look at how happy they are. Insert. Let's give that a moment to load. Yeah, there we are. Then we're going to grab this handle and just resize it a bit. So now we're going to position this, but I want it to be a circle. So if you're interested in the height, let's just make it an even 12. Why not? So that it will be 12 cm. So we know that the height of this image is 12. So what we're going to do is we're going to insert a circle, a shape, and just as usual click. Doesn't matter whether there's a border an outline or not. It's not going to, it doesn't matter. So since we are going with 12, we're going to use this. We're going to set this to 12 by 12, and I'm going to grab this circle and I'm going to place it over them, this image, and I'm going to grab both of them and I'm going to align to middle, and now we have this image. So I'm going to select the image, escape, select the image first, select the circle next, shape format, then we're going to use intersect, and we have this circular image. Oh, sorry. So final detail, we are going to give this image a white border. So I'm going to go to picture formats and then picture border. I'm going to choose white, and we're going to increase the weight to 6, and we have this, and we're going to make sure it's centered. So as it is now, it's centered both in the middle, and also the middle of the circle is also at the edge of this image, and this. And now we have our training and development slide, and let's take a look at it. And fine, our slide looks good. Training and development, and that is it for this slide. All right, now that we are done with this slide, we're going to move on to the next slide, which is the tools and technology slide. So we're going to go to new slide, and we're going to start with an image. So first we're going to go to pictures, stock images, and wait for that to load. We're going to search for charts because we want to get something related to finance. So we're just going to scroll down a bit till we find something related to finance. Say I want to go with something that looks kind of dark and fits the theme um of our what I call in presentation. Sorry. Um I'm just going to go with this. Or let's go with this so that there can be some contrast to our um oops, I think I've selected two images. Sorry about that. I'm going to insert that one image or whatever image you so desire. Go ahead and insert the image. We're going for a certain look and we want something that is going to kind of communicate it. So before we begin, we're just going to, now there are two ways we can do it. I'm just going to zoom out a bit. I'm going to grab this handle outward so it fills the entire thing, and then grab this other corner, and then till we have this. Now we're going to select crop. Now I'm going to grab this bottom handle till we find the bottom of our slide, and we're going to bring this top to just about where, let me see, just under. Now if you can take a look at this plot, you see that this is sort of it's a ruler anyway, but I'm just using it to guide me. So this is where the half point is going to be, so I'm going to somewhere around just above 2 so that we're almost to the center but not quite. So that looks fine. I'm just going to grab this while holding shift so that our image doesn't move and becomes lopsided. We're going to have that, and I'm going to select escape, and there we go. We have this image covering um, the bottom part of our image but not quite half. So we're going to return it back to the full view. So next item we're going to add is a text box. So text box, we're going to write tools and technology, or uppercase, tools and technology. Going to select escape to make this. We're going to, so we can format this. We're going to set this to Montserrat and change the font size to 40. Drag this out so as everything fills. Change the alignment to center. And we're going to grab this text object until it's centered on our slide. Next, we are going to insert some rectangles. So we're going to go to insert shapes, and we're going to choose a rectangle with rounded corners. Sorry. First, we're going to set the outline to no outline, and then we're going to move this and increase it a bit. So we're going to change the dimensions to, the height is going to be 10 cm and the width is going to be 7.5. And we're just going to move this yellow dot so that the corners become less rounded just a bit. And we are going to make this our gradient fill. And now we're just going to, unlike this image, we want this to be, let's align it to the middle. And now we have this rectangle aligned to the center. So we're going to grab this, and while holding Control and Shift, I'm going to drag this to the side. Move this like this. I'm also going to create another one and yet another one. Now we'll align everything properly eventually. So for now, this is what we have. Next, we're going to insert some icons. So we're going to go to Insert, go to Icons, and we're just going to wait for It's to load. So first we're going to search for core, and I'm going to select this icon as well as this icon. Next, I'm going to search for binary, and now we have this icon. And finally, I'm going to search for theme. Search, and we're going to select this icon. Insert. Going to wait a bit. Before we move things around, we're going to change their color to white. There we go. I'm going to escape. So I'm going to select this tower. This, and I'm going to put this like so. First, you know what? It's before, sorry, I went back. While all of them are selected, I'm just going to make them 2 by 2. Just going to move them. Skip, select the tower, move it here, make sure it's centered. We're going to grab which icon? So the binary icon is going to be here. This one, this person with the headset is going to be here. And then finally, we're going to have this theme icon right over here. Next item is going to be a text box. So insert, go to text box, and I'm just going to write communication is the first item here, so I'm just going to write that. So I'm going to write communication, and I'm going to extend this, and I'm going to change this to Montserrat, increase this a bit, and I'm going to increase this to 22 and change the color to white. So I'm just going to grab our notepad, and for tools and technology communication, these are the communication tools that will be used. We're going to going to make this center aligned. So we're going to come here, enter once more to create a bit of space, and we're going to do this. So just going to move things around till it feels right. I'm having issues, yeah. So I'm just going to while I'm selected, while this is selected, I'm going to first of all I'm going to reduce the size of this to, let's make it 20. Yeah, that looks good. Well, we're going to grab this. I'm going to select this text box, and while holding Ctrl and Shift, I'm going to drag this to this side till it's centered. Let's go. While holding Ctrl and Shift, drag once more. Oops, I inadvertently copied the rectangle as well. Select this, copy our text. While still holding Ctrl and Shift, we're going to drag this, and once again we're going to drag this, so we have multiple copies of this text box. We're going to go to our items. The next item is project management. I'm just going to select this and paste, enter. So we're going to use enter so we can add some space. We're going to select everything here and make it 20. Sorry, management was supposed to be part of, it was supposed to be project management, then this text here. I'm going to make this 20. Next item is going to be development tools. And we're going to paste this here, and at tools, enter to give it a bit of space. We're going to change the size of this to 20. And then finally, come once more to setup. Going to minimize, and we're going to copy all of this, and replace it with this setup. We're going to enter at this point so that we can have some space, and then change this to 20, and there we have that. So we're just going to select these items and then make it semi-bold, Montserrat semi-bold. So grab this, make it semi-bold. Once again, we're going to grab all of this, make it semi-bold, and then finally we're going to grab this item and make it semi-bold. Seems like it needs a bit of space. I'm just going to move it also slightly so has that space. So I'm just going to select the text box and then move it to the center. And now that we have these 4 items, I'm just going to group each one so that I can make sure the spacing between each card is the same. So I'm going to grab all of this. I'm going to, first of all, just to be sure, align center, Ctrl G to group. Come here, oops, we're going to come here, drag all of this, select all of this, arrange, align center, Ctrl G to group. Again, we're going to select all of this, arrange, align center, Ctrl G to group, and the final one, oops, going to grab the final item, arrange, align center, then Ctrl G to group. We're going to select all the groups, go to arrange, align, distribute horizontally. We're going to group once more, Ctrl G, and we're going to go to arrange, align, and align center. And that is our, let's move this down a bit. I'm holding shift while I do this so everything stays straight, and I'm going to move this down a bit. So we are done with the tools and technology slide. So let's see it in the presentation view, and this is our tools and technology. So the next slide is going to be the meet your team slide. So we're going to create a new slide, and we're going to insert and then introduce a new shape. We're going to go to shapes, we're going to go to flowchart, and we're going to select this one, which is called stored data. So we're going to have that. Of course, we're going to remove the outline. We're going to drag this across so that it sits on the bottom and then at the top. For the width, we're going to make this 14. Now we're going to move this while holding shift. I'm moving this back so that it covers the edge of the slide. Then we're going to trim off this excess. So I'm going to zoom out to give myself a bit of space. I'm going to go to, we're already at home, just go to rectangle, insert a rectangle. I'm going to insert this till it touches the end of the slide, the edge of the slide. So we're going to select this curved shape first, select the rectangle, go to the measure options and subtract. Now we're going to change the fill to gradient fill, and there we have that. To make sure we don't have any spaces at this edge, I'm just going to check that, and that's what we have. I'm going to press escape to return back to our PowerPoint editor. So I'm going to return it back to full screen, sort of. So next I'm going to insert a text box. For the text we're going to write meet your team. So have caps lock on so that we can use uppercase. I'm going to write meet enter your enter team. I want each word to be on its own line. I'm just going to drag this out, set it to white, change the font to Montserrat, size to 40. And I'm going to move it till it's one centered at the middle, and we're just going to eyeball this till it feels like it's centered, because you can't use center the center option, because if you can see this also counts as part. I want to be centered somewhat around here. So we are done with that. Now what we're going to do is we are going to insert a bunch of circles. Now first, insert circle shapes, go to circle, click. We're going to leave the outline because in the end it doesn't really matter. I'm going to change the size of this circle to 4.5 by 4.5. There we go. And we're just going to move this somewhere. Let's see here. That's fine. Next, we're going to insert yet another text box. We're going to insert a text box. I'm just going to write text so it doesn't disappear on me. I'm going to write text. There we go. I'm going to leave the size at 18 for now, and I'm going to change the font to Montserrat, and that's I'm going to also change the alignment to center. Now I'm going to go to my notepad and I'm going to select the short bio for name and bio for our first team member. I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to select this and we're going to paste. I'm just going to drag this so that we have Michael Carter, team leader, team lead, marketing strategy. I just want to see, let's reduce this a bit till it's about thereabouts. That's fine. So I'm just going to center this. Now I'm going to duplicate this a bunch of times because I want the spacing between this circle and this to be um, the same across all the bios of all the um, headshots, and then the bio of the name and description of all our team members. So I'm going to select this first of all, align center just in case, and then Control G to group. I'm going to grab this, and then while holding Control and Shift or just Control, we're still going to align it just in case. We're going to drag this twice and select these three items and then drag it one more time. We're going to figure out the alignment because things may move, no problem. We're going to create two groups and then align it properly. So for this next card, we're going this next bio, we're going to add Sophia Lopez. I'm going to go ahead and paste that here. Next, I'm going to add James Patel, our data analyst. We're going to select this and just go Control A, Control V. We have James Patel. Next, we're going to go with Emily Johnson. Copy this, and then we're going to paste Control A because everything is not selected. Control V. Emily Johnson, content specialist, and then we have Daniel Lee. We're going to paste that here. Control V, and then our final team member is going to be Aisha Ahmed. We're going to come here, and then we're going to Control A just in case, and then Control V, and we have Aisha Ahmed. Now that we have all these items, we're going to do a bit. We're going to do a bit of editing. We're going to select this particular text. We're going to change it. You're going to change the size to 20, and we're going to change the font to Montserrat semi-bold. So same thing here. Going to change the font size to 20 and once again semi-bold. We're going to do all this for the names. Almost there. 20 semi-bold. Of course, Daniel as well. 20, and we're going to make this semi-bold as well. And finally, Emily. 20. We're going to make that semi-bold. Now we're going to fill these circles and create our headshot, like our profile images. So we're going to insert six images at once. Let's see that we can do all of it at once. Let's wait for that to load. We're going to search for man. I'm going to go with this image. Next, I'm going to go for this image. We have two of that. Select this image, and finally we are going to select this one. Next, we're going to search for woman. Going to search that. Going to scroll till we find what we are looking for. First, yes, I'll go for this image. The second image will be, let's go with this. And our final image, come on, give me something to work with. Yes, let's see. There's one final image I had my heart set on. Just give me a moment. I'm going to select this one as well. So we have 6 images, and I'm going to insert. Now I'm just going to wait for our images to download. Sorry about that, my internet seems to be on the slow side. 5 of 6. Come on. Yes, we have all our images. Now, while all our images are selected, you're going to see this over here. Remember, our circles are 4.5 by 4.5. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to change the height of all our images to 4.5 all at once, and there we have this. Now we're just going to place the images over the circles or behind the circles, and we're going to edit our images. I'm going to press escape to deselect all of them, and I'm going to bring, this is Daniel Lee, this is going to be James Patel, this is going to be Michael Carter, this is going to be Sophia, this is going to be Aisha, and this is going to be Emily. So I'm going to move this image till it is center with listen. So I'm going to open as selection pane. So first of all, I'm going to ungroup this. Ungroup. So I'm going to grab this image, and we're having issues. You know what? Let me change. I'm already having. If I'm having one issue with one, it's better to just change everything. I'm going to go back to the image and just make it 4.7. So I'm going to grab this. Yeah, that looks better. So all I'm going to do now is try and fit this image with these um, circles. So I'm just going to select that. So before I do that, I'm going to figure out where this circle is. So what I'm going to do with all these images, I'm going to select every single one of them. I'm going to go to the selection pane and I'm going to drag all of them to the bottom of our selection so that all of them would be behind our circles so we can see them properly. I'm going to move this, just kind of make sure that's covering. We're going to select the image first. Use your direction keys to make things easier for you. Select the image first, select the circle, shape formats, and then we're going to do intersect, and we have our first headshot. We're going to grab Sophia. Oops, that sounded wrong. That sounded wrong. Oh, sorry. We're going to grab this image. Oh no, that sounded wrong on so many levels. I'm so sorry. We're going to grab this image and we're going to position it like this. Select, oops. I'm going to ungroup. We're going to ungroup this. Select the image, select the circle, shape format, intersect, and we're going to go to intersect. James, we're going to ungroup this. We're going to regroup it. No worries. Just makes things easier to work with. So just going to move this. I'm going to use my direction keys to kind of notch things into place. While the image is selected, I'm going to select the circle, shape formats, and to make sure, yeah, intersect. This image, we're going to once again position it as best we can. Grab the, oops, no, we've not ungrouped this yet. Now we're going to ungroup. So select the image first, select the circle, shape format, go to the merge options, and then we're going to go to intersect. Once again, I'm going to grab this image. I'm just going to use my arrow key to move things around. Make sure this is like that. Grab, oops, then to ungroup. You know what? I'm going to ungroup the last two so I won't forget. I'm going to ungroup, then ungroup. So image, circle, shape formats, merge options. I'm going to choose intersect, and then our final image is going to just move this around, and then I'm going to select the circle, shape formats. I'm going to select the merge shape, merge options, and then intersect. And there we go. We have all our images. So all our profile, I say all our profiles. We're going to group everything once more because I want to space things out. I'm going to select everything I'm holding, select holding shifts, then select, then Control G to group, and then finally Emily and Control G to group. Now these two are centered, so I'm just going to leave them as it is. They're already great, and this I'm not going to align it center. I'm just going to I didn't even need to do that. Arrange. We're going to align top just in case, and everything looks fine. And I'm going to go to arrange and distribute horizontally, and I'm going to group these three items. I'm going to grab this tree just to make sure. Arrange, align, top, arrange, align, distribute horizontally, and I'm going to group this as well. So just to make sure, I'm just going to grab both groups and move it also slightly so that we have a bit more space. Like we can kind of eyeball, the spacing between items, and yeah, that looks. I'm just going to nudge this to the top bit. Yeah, that looks good, and we are done with the first slide because the meet your team slide is going to be after this slide. We're going to kind of give a brief introduction of each of our team members. So this is the first slide of our Meet Your Team slide because there's going to be multiple Meet Your Team slides. Okay, now that we're done with the entire profile slide for the um, Meet the Team slide, we are going to do an expanded version of this because um, the transitions for this type are going to use the morph transition. So let me not explain. Let me just demonstrate that. So first of all, new slide, of course. Oh, sorry about that. We're going to undo that. Sorry. We're going to duplicate this slide. So select slide number 14, Control D to duplicate that slide. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab this meet the team. I'm going to move this while holding shift. I'm going to move this up till we have it about here. That's fine. And we're going to grab this. Let's ungroup this first. I'm going to ungroup both of them. So group, I'm going to ungroup, and this I am going to ungroup as well. Now we're going to do a bit of formatting. I'm going to remove all the details for these slides. So let me just select every single one of them. You know what, including this one. Let me just select that too. I'm going to go to group, then I'm going to ungroup, and now I have everything in groups. We're going to change the sizes of these 5 images, this one from Sophia, James, Emily, Daniel, and Aisha. We're going to change the size of these images to 3.5. So I'm just going to go ahead and while holding shift select all the images, and I'm going to go to picture format and change it to 3.5. And since it's an image, it will change proportional, like it will change to match the other side, so we don't need to do any other thing. Then for Sophia, we're just going to come here. I'm holding shift and I'm going to select round. I'm going to delete everything there. The same with James, we're going to remove everything here. Emily, the same thing. I'm going to, this is giving me quite a bit of issue. I'm just going to delete all of this. Same with Daniel. And finally, we have Aisha. I'm going to remove all that text. Then I'm going to change the size of this text. I'm holding shift and then I'm selecting all our items. I'm going to change the size of this to 14, and we have this really small text. For the, let me see, they look a bit long. So instead of trying to, while they are selected, let's change um their length to 3.3. Yeah, that's good. Just going to grab this. Oops. You know what? Let me just do it manually because sometimes PowerPoints, when editing text, I'm just going to grab all of this and just going to make sure that they all occupy 2 lines, including Daniel. So I don't know what's the length. Okay, it's at 3.07. If you want to use that, that's fine. But sometimes editing the shape, so the size of text manually, just like shapes, tends to be quite, gives me quite a bit of issues. So I'm holding control and then I'm scrolling down. That's why it's going back. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to grab this name Aisha, and grab the image, and I'm going to bring this down here. I'm going to bring it as close as I can to this, and you can see the text box is, I think it's touching the image. Then I'm going to grab this text as well, bring it here. It doesn't matter if it's aligned, we can just do that later. We're going to grab Daniel's image as well. Make sure it's touching. Then next we have Emily. Yeah, the image as well. Points for James next. Select James. I'm still going to come back to check just to make sure. I just want to move everything around first before I even begin that process. We have James. So just we're just going to get a bit closer. This looks fine. This is no worries if they are not aligned. We'll do that later. Yeah. Let's move this out a bit. You know what? I just might even. I'm still going to select Sophia because I want all the spacing to be equal. So I'm just going to grab this handle and make it even smaller. And Johnson changed, so I'm just going to leave it like that because I want everything to have the same size. So we can use this as a means to have equal spacing between all items. Now I have this. We're going to grab this text like so. James. Yeah, doesn't matter if it's perfect. It's not a problem if it isn't. And finally, Sophia, we're going to change the color of this text because it's not visible. It's not legible, visible. Can't really read what's there. Yeah, so I'm holding control while scrolling upward. So I'm going to select all these items. I'm going to go to arrange and maybe some are overlapping a bit, maybe some are not. I'm just going to distribute horizontally. Nothing changed because I think I did it properly and it's fine. Then finally, I'm going to align middle so that every item here is centered. So I'm using my arrow key and I'm moving things just a bit to the top. And that's it. We have these image cards and we're going to select this and change the color, the text color to white. And now we have these images. We have these are profile cards, and then we have all our team members right here. Well, most of them. For Michael, we're going to drag this here, and we're going to change the size of this image to. I'm going to go to picture format, and I'm going to make this 11 by 11, and I'm going to move this over here. And yeah, PowerPoint is suggesting there, so we're just going to leave it there. I'm going to change the alignment of this text. Let's move it till it's about here. I'm going to change the alignment to left. And we're going to do a bit of formatting. So for Michael's name, we're going to increase the text to 22. And for this, we are not even going to do anything because this text is going to change a bit. So I'm just going to grab my card and you see over here if you're using if you have your texts that you got from GitHub, you'll see Michael's description and this little description under his profile. So I'm just going to grab all of this from row. I'm going to copy all of that and I'm going to bring it. I'm intentionally not going to remove anything because if I remove it, it's to take this. I don't want it to do that. So I'm just going to select this, enter, then paste. I'm going to still delete it. If it's a bit confusing, you can delete it first and then. So I'm going to remove this. So I'm just going to let's stretch this, expand this so that everything is. What I see. Like so. I'm going to still change things up a bit. So this I'm going to make it semi-bold. I'm going to make this. Oops. where is it? Semi bold, like so. Move it to the bit so it's aligned with the text for Aisha. And with that, I think, let's make this smaller. And with that, we are done with this profile. I'm just going to, let me, will it look good? Arrange, align, align middle. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. So I'm just going to, yeah, you know what? Let's leave it like that. So there we go. That is our profile card. Like this is, we just made Michael's image a bit bigger. Um, brought all our other team members to the bottom of our page, and now we have this profile of Michael. And with that, we are pretty much done with our first team member. We're going to repeat this process for all our team members so that we can have this description for Sophia, James, Emily, Daniel, and Aisha. Then we'll use the morph transition to kind of do this cool transition between each image. So if you want to pause the video and try it yourself, you can go ahead. But if you want to see me do it, then fine, let's go ahead and do the rest. So let's move on to the next slide. Next, we're going to create the slide for our second teammate, which is Sophia. So I'm going to select slide number 15, Control D to duplicate, and we have um, slide number 15. So before I move, I'm going to hold Control and drag Sophia's image here because I want to kind of figure out where her image is because I'm going to move this image down here. So I'm going to change even before I change this, once again, I'm going to also hold control and move this so I can create a copy because I want to see where this image goes and try. I'm going to replace it over here because I want to make sure you can use a circle to do this, but I wanted to do it as quickly as possible. So I'm going to change the size of this image to, remember, Sophia's image is 3.5. All of these images are 3.5, while this is 11 by 11. So I'm going to change this to 3.5. So it's going to be 3.5 cm by 3.5 cm. I'm just going to put this over here, and then so I'm going to increase this to 11 by 11, and I have these two images. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the selection pane so I can see this image. So I can see this is picture 1 and this is picture 2 and this is picture number 36. So I'm going to put this image over this one and then delete picture 36. So we're deleting this image. So I'm going to grab this image and put it over here. And now we can see Sophia's image. Let's get really close to make sure it's completely covering our image. Doesn't matter if it's not covering, we just want to get it as close to where it was before. See, select picture number 36, delete, and there we have that. We're going to come over here and we're going to change the name here to Michael Carter. Oops. ER, escape, and we're done with that. Why is the second line did not it's not semi bold, which is kind of weird. No worries. I'm just going to select it and change the font to Montserrat semi bold. So we have Michael Carter. Once again, I'm going to select this image to make sure I know which which this image is. So this is picture 35. You can rename it if you want to. I'm just going to grab Sophia's image and place it over that one. And once again, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect, things are going to be moving. So we're going to make sure now I'm going to select picture number 35, delete, and we're done. And there we go. So the last thing we're going to do is change this bio. But first I'm going to delete this first too. So that we're going to have Montserrat and 18. We're still going to edit it. No worries. Select all of this. copy it. And we're going to paste it here. I'm going to increase the size of this one to 22. Change it to semi-bold. We're going to make it semi-bold. We're going to make this semi-bold as well. And voila, there we go. We're done with that. I just want to make sure um, Sophia's image, or you know what, I could just leave it as it is. You could, you know what, let's make it centered. Let's maintain the same, keeping everything centered with the image. So I'm just going to grab this, and PowerPoint isn't helping me out here. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I still have quite haven't figured out when it will help you out, when it won't. But I just move things out around a bit till I see something happen. So there we go, and you see we're done with Sophia. We're done with Sophia's profile. Next, we are going to move on to James. So James, Sophia's image is going to move. We're going to take Sophia's image and replace James here. And then we're going to move James' image up here. So once again, select slide 16, Control D to duplicate. And we have our third slide. We're going to once again hold Control, drag a copy out of this. We're going to also grab this and drag a copy out because I want to um, see where the image is. I'm going to select this image, change it to 3.5, and there we go. I'm going to bring it over here and try to get it as close as possible. I'm going to zoom in till and try and cover as much of the image as I can. I'm going to, you know what, I just remembered I didn't check what the picture 37 is the image. So I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to reduce so it goes back. I'm going to select picture 37, delete, and we remove James image. Now we're going to change this to Sophia. I'm going to change this to Sophia Lopez. And there we go. We are done with that. We're going to change this image to the dimensions of this image to 11 by 11. So we're going to go to picture format, change this to 11, and there we go. Of course, what's the name of this picture? 1 is the name of the image. So do that till it's centered, and just to make sure, I'm going to get really, oops, jump scare. Going to make sure, let me nudge this up, perfect. I'm going to go picture 1, delete, and we're done with that. Once again, I'm going to delete this to first, come over to our notes, copy the details for James, copy that, and then I'm going to paste this here, change the size to 22, no option for that, so we're just going to 22, font to Montserrat semi-bold. This we're going to make just semi-bold, no changes in size. And then that's it. I'm going to once again, and I think it's just to make sure, align middle, and voila, we're done with James's profile. Once again, select the slide, Control D to duplicate, grab a copy of this image, move it to one side, grab a copy of Emily's profile, move this to one side. We're going to change this to 3.5 by 3.5, and I'm just going to move this till I've kind of figured out to get as close as possible to where it was, where her image was. And of course, I forgot to check. No worries. I'm just going to move it to the side. Picture 38. I'm going to select Ctrl Z so it goes back to where it is. Select picture 38. Delete. I'm going to change the name, this name here, to James Patel. Once again, let's zoom out. I'm going to change the size of this image to 11 cm by 11 cm. Come over here, place it, and then I'm going to zoom in to see if I have that right. No worries if it's not perfect. You don't have to worry. And again, I didn't check. Picture 7. Picture 7, delete. There we go. Going to select this, delete. Emily. This is the profile for Emily. And we're just going to select everything here. Paste. Change a few things. Montserrat semi-bold is the font. Size is 22. Going to also make this Montserrat semi-bold. And yeah, we're done with Emily's profile. Next, we're going to make our profile for Daniel Lee. We're almost there. 4 down, 2 to go. Control D. Once again, I'm going to create a duplicate. Hold Control, drag one copy out here. Hold Control, drag one copy out here. We'll change the size of this image to 3.5 by 3.5. And this time I remembered I need to check what's the name of the picture 39. So I'm going to bring this over here. That's we get closer to make sure. And I can barely see anything, so that looks fine. I'm going to select picture 39, delete. I'm going to change this name to Emily Johnson. Click out here. I'm going to check the name of this image, the picture 8. That's the name. I'm going to select this one, 11 by 11, and place it over here. Try and get as close as possible. There we go. Picture 8. I'm going to select picture 8 and delete. Go to our notes, copy all of this, and then I'm going to select everything. Oops. First, let me take this out first. I'm going to copy all of this and paste it. Change the size, the font to Montserrat semi bold 22, and for this we're going to make semi bold as well. You can use separate text boxes if you want, but I don't want to do that. I'm fine with this. For our final profile, we're on the last profile. I'm going to once again Control D to duplicate. Let's kind of zoom out so we can see the entire thing. Going to create yet another copy of this. Grab this, create a copy of this. So I'm going to change the size of this one to 3.5 by 3.5. Picture 40. I'm going to select this and get a bit closer. As you see a bit of the image at the bottom. That looks fine. Come to our selection pane, select picture 40 and delete. Now we're going to change this name to Daniel Lee. For the second image, we're going to change the size of this picture to 11 by 11. The name of this image is picture 7. So I'm going to come over here and we're going to select picture 7, delete. I'm going to delete those two lines. Select our notes once again. Select Aisha's bio. Minimize and paste rather, and change the font to semi-bold and 22. I'm going to change this to semi-bold, and there we have this. Now how do we round out, or do we round out this entire slide? Since we're using the morph transition, if you want to have a smooth morph transition from one to the other, just we're going to go back to this first slide and we're going to duplicate it, and then we're going to drag this one and we're going to put it under Aisha's slide. We're still going to do a bit of before we go into the transitions, we're going to still do a bit, but we've already done a lot here. But in between our finished slide and our transitions, we're still going to do a bit. If you've worked with most transitions, you know what you probably have an idea of what we're going to do. But with that, we are done with our meet your team introduction. Now that we're done with our meet your team presentation, we're going to go straight into the day one checklist. So as usual, new slide. So I'm already in the insert tab. Go to you could just go to text box, but either way, still the same thing. I'm going to write D1 checklist, all uppercase checklists. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat. So I'm just going to find that Montserrat. There we go. And size is going to be 40. Going to drag the sides. You all on one line. I'm just going to move this to the top. Next, I'm going to insert a shape. So shapes are going to go for a hollow circle. I'm going to go to basic shapes, circle, the hollow circle. I'm going to remove the outline, make it no outline. I'm going to change the fill to gradient fill. I'm going to change the size to 4.8 by 4.8 cm. 4.8 by 4.8, and I'm going to make this even narrow, like so. Let me get a bit closer. Yeah, that looks okay. So I'm just going to have this hang around here. Let me see, it's on resting on the center of the slide. I think that's fine. um Next, I'm going to insert a um text box, and I'm just going to write text text escape, so that I'm selecting the text box. I'm going to change the font to Montserrat. I'm going to change the size to 24, and we are almost done with that. The next item, I'm just going to copy the first item for the one, and what I'm trying to do is I want all of them to have the same I say spacing between items. So I want to kind of build things out a bit. before there's going to be one more element here. But for now, I'm going to change the alignment of the text to center. And yeah, that's, we have this. So what I'm going to do is grab everything here and just while holding Control and Shift, I'm going to drag this like so. Now about here. Then I'm going to select this item. While holding Control, I'm going to drag it here till it's aligned with this text at the bottom. And then I'm going to grab the text while holding Control, and I'm going to align it with the circle on top. And what I'm trying to do is I want um, the spacing. You can use rulers for this, but hey, I like to do things the hard way. So this is how I'm going to kind of guess where the and just to be sure, I could do this: arrange, align, align top. And you see that nothing moved. That means I was able to get. That's how I tend to do it. You can use rulers if you want. I don't want to. This is how I tend to do it. So I'm holding Shift, select both items. It doesn't matter if they are not centered. That's going to be easy to do. I'm going to select Control and Shift. I'm going to drag, and there we go. We have these 4 items. Now we're not going to center anything yet. I'm just going to go ahead and add some icons first. So you see that I tend to create my content in, I'll say, increments. I won't just build one out then move on to the next. Figuring out the individual components will allow me to kind of get the feel for where everything goes. And this is my building process essentially. I could have just built it out and say, oh, just use this and just this, but I try to keep as much of my process as possible. So whenever you want to create yours, whenever you see a presentation online, or that you want to try, or you saw someone else's work and you say, oh, I want to try that. Now you can see the process that goes into creating all those shapes and alignments and spacing so that you can create yours. So enough talking. Let's move on to icons. We're going to insert 4 icons. I know I said I build them one by one, but since we're already here, let's just insert all our icons together. We're going to search desk as our first item. We're going to select this one. Next item is presents. Okay. Um, yeah, we're going to have this icon. The next is lunch. And our final icon, we're going to select, the apple and the paper bag. And our final icon, we're going to search for a form. And there we go. Insert to insert all our icons, and we have all our icons. Before we do anything, I'm going to change the color to a dark blue color. That's the one that is at this top here, because this is a gradient. Top and bottom have 2 different colors. So I'm going to grab any icon. The first one I grabbed is this, so I'm going to put it here. And just to make sure, I'm going to let me select the circle first, desk second. I'm going to go to align center, and once more align middle, and you see that everything is fine. Going to select this, arrange, align, align center, and group. Now second item is the presentation icon. Next is lunch, and the final, oops, wrong one. The final one is form. I'm still going to center all of it. So I'm going to grab the content for this card. Meet your team / mentor. So you're going to meet your team, body, and or mentor. And I'm just going to drag this out a bit because mentor is yeah. just going to move this like this. Next, I'm going to um, change the text for this as well. Going to paste that in here. Going to expand this to, yep. And then the final one is complete your initial onboarding forms. Again, going to copy all of this. You know what? I don't like the fact that everything is 3 lines and this one has 4 lines. So I'm just going to do this so that it's equal. They are all the same number of lines. So I'm going to grab this, just come out of here, select everything on this, arrange, align, center, and I'm going to group this once again. Just to make sure, I'm going to select the circle first. I can already tell that this isn't centered. Arrange, align. I'm going to align, center. No problems there. Align middle. Grab this. Once again, align, center. I'm going to group that. And for our final one, I'm going to select this and this first. This. Going to align middle because we're also going to align center. And then I'm going to align center and group this. And we have these 4 cards. This is looking a bit big. Let me see. It's 6.35 and probably we're not going to get the same size. Let me see if I can. Nah, that's not going to work. Well, you know what? It happens. It absolutely happens. We have one card that, for whatever reason, is bigger than the rest. Doesn't matter. So we're going to select everything, go to arrange, and I'm going to distribute horizontally and move it. Going to move. You know what? I'm just going to move it ever so slightly. We're going to. I don't want to. You know. Let me just group it to make things easier. I don't want to group. I'm going to ungroup everything back because we're still going to add a bit more to our slide, and our slide is almost complete. So what we're going to do next is ungroup it first. You can leave it grouped together, but I want to ungroup it first. Ungroup. Now I'm going to go to insert and shapes. I'm going to select lines and select this line arrow. And I'm just going to tap and then we have this arrow. I'm going to go to outline and I'm going to change the weight to 4 points, 4.5. Change the fill. It has a solid line. I'm going to change the fill color once again to this blue. And without changing any details, I'm just going to have it about here. There's really no way to explain. I'm just going to, it looks a bit, I'm going to increase the length to 2.8. And we have this like so, and I'm just going to place it here. Going to grab another one of these arrow while holding Control and Shift. I'm going to drag it here like so, and then I'm going to grab one more of this and drag it here. I'm not going to do anything yet. I'll go to rotate and rotate left 90 degrees, and we have this. And I'm holding Shift and I'm going to do this. And now we have, this is the first item, next, 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 and we have these 4 items, and everything here constitutes the one checklist. Let's look at it in the presentation view. And there we go. This is our day one checklist done. Escape to close that and we are done with the day one checklist. Okay, now that we're done with the day one checklist, we're going to move to the next slide. The next slide is the company goals and strategy. We are almost done with all our slides. We're in the third to the last slide. So let's get right into it. So we're going to go to new slide. We have a blank slide. So our first item is going to be a circle. So I'll go to shape circle and I'm going to click and set this to no outline. And then I'm going to change the color to this blue. And I'm going to make the size 27 by 27, so it's going to be a really big circle, and it's going to be going out of our page, but that's fine. We want it to do that. Going to align center and align middle. I'm going to change the transparency to 85, and there. Let's zoom out a bit so we can see the entire thing. We're going to insert another circle, insert shape circle, click, remove the outline and set it to no outline. This time the fill is going to be a gradient fill. Size is going to be 18 by 18, 18 cm by 18 cm. So there. We're now going to align it center and align middle. We're going to insert yet another circle. Go to insert shapes circle, click. Set this to no outline and we're going to make this white. We're going to change the size to 9 cm for the height and 9 cm for the width. Once again, grab this and we won't even try align center, align middle, and there we have that. The next item is going to be our title slide. So the title of our slide is going to be in the center of this circle. Go to insert, go to text box. I'm going to turn on caps lock, and then we're going to write company goals and strategy. Going to select the entire thing, change it to Montserrat, the font to Montserrat, and this time the text is going to be 36. We're just going to move this, we're going to increase this till it's actually indicating that it's the same width with this circle. I'm going to change the alignment to center and then go to shape format, selection, no, wrong, align, align center, align middle, and there we have that. We have this. Now we're going to build the content of this slide around around and on these circles. So once again, circles, shapes, insert, go to insert, go to shapes, click, go to outline, set to no outline. We're going to change the size of this circle to 4 cm for the height and 4 cm for the width. There we go, and just kind of place it here. Let's move this in a bit. We're going to change the fill to white, and we're going to add a shadow, and this shadow we're going to use for this one. I'm going to use this shadow for this one, top left, and I'm going to hold control and drag this over here. Just let's see, like so. This circle, we're going to change the shadow to this one, the bottom right. Next, hold control, drag this one, and we're going to have this circle right about here. And our final circle, once again, hold control, drag this, bring this way over here. Going to have this in here like this. And there we have our 4 circles. Next item on our agenda is going to be some icons. So go to insert icons and we're going to insert 4 different icons. Let's give that a moment to load. So I'm going to search targets first. I'm going to select this one, click that. Next, I'm going to search for binary. We're going to select the first item, the first icon. Next, we're going to search for quarter. And we're going to select this one. And our final icon is going to be hand. Let me give that a moment. And I'm going to select this one. And we're going to insert our icons. While they are all selected, I'm going to change the color back to blue color. So I'm just going to select one of them, maybe bring it to this side so we can see escape. I'm just going to grab one at random and we have our target first, and I'm going to place it here till it's centered. Yeah, grab the second icon, which is the binary icon. I'm going to place it in the middle of this one, the center of this one. I'm going to grab the third icon, which is the quarter. Move this till we see those guidelines. If we don't, we can just fix it. And oh, you know what? Let me make sure. When in doubt, align center, align middle. Okay, that was fine. We're going to grab the final icon, which is the hand icon, and we're going to center it, and that's fine. So we have our 4 icons. The final items is going to be our text for each one of these icons. So go to insert text box, and I'm going to write text first so I don't want it to disappear. So I'm just going to write text, escape, so that we're selecting the entire text box. We'll change the font to Montserrat. Then we are going to change the size of our font to 24. We're going to grab our notepad once more, and we are in company goals and strategy. So first item is our 2025 goals. I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to move this, expand this till we have something like this, and doing more will make it a bit too big. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. I'm going to change the text alignment to center, and I'm going to grab this and move it a bit. Let's see, it's a bit tight. So this is where we're going to do a bit of maneuvering so everything kind of fits. I'm going to move this up so I will create a bit of space for it. I'm going to move things up here a bit and bring this so it's centered with the circle and the icon. And there we have this first icon. We're just going to grab this text. I'm holding control and I'm just going to drag this here. Still holding control, drag one more here. While still holding control, I'm going to drag another copy here, and we're going to change the content of the text and then move things around so that it kind of fits. So go to our notepad. I'm going to select the second item for our goals. I'm going to select all the text and paste, and there we go. We have this second item. I'm just going to move it a bit so that the alignment, the text kind of moves around. Yeah, and now we have this. Doesn't need to be centered, it just needs to be close enough so we know that, oh, this is for this. Our third item, we're going to move straight to it. There's going to be more than the others, so I'm going to this is going to be this one. I know I've skipped this one. This one is going to be here. That's the 25% increase. So we're going to select the fourth item and going to paste it here. So now that we have this, I'm just going to select these two items. You can group it if you want. I'm just going to move it so that we can create a bit more space for our text. I'm going to increase this and try to have everything in 4 lines. And I'm going to move it so that the entire text box is visible. And there we have that. And for our final item, once again, text, we're going to select the third item, the third text, and come to this place, copy everything, paste. I'm going to increase it a bit. I'm going to increase the size of our text box so you can have this. Let me reduce it once more. Yeah, so that it has this like here, just like here, like this has this curve like this. This one goes like this, kind of. And I'm just going to have this here. I wish there was a way I could perfectly communicate its position. I believe there should be, but yeah, let's just leave it as it is. Doesn't need to be perfect. There's no perfect here. We are all learning. So that's it. We're done with our company goals and strategy. And let's look at it in our presentation view. I'm going to open the slideshow, and there we have that. We have our company goals and strategy. We're not going to trim anything because this we're going to animate. This really large circle we're going to animate, and that's it for this slide. Our next slide is going to be the frequently asked questions slide, and that's the second to the last slide. What we're going to do is go to new slide and insert a new slide. We have a blank slide. So the first shape we're going to insert is going to be a hollow circle. Oops, sorry. We're going to go to shape, select hollow circle, and click. I'm going to remove the outline and set it to no outline. I'm going to change height to 27 by 27 cm. And once again, we're going to have it hang, be outside, it's going to be outside the circle. I'm just going to reduce the, like, say, thickness of the circle like so. I'm going to, I'll go to align middle, and going to, let's see, let's leave it like this. I think this looks fine. Maybe even ever so slightly. I want it to kind of go out of the page a bit, just slightly. And I'm going to hold shift and drag this in. So we have it covering at an angle off the page a bit. Then it's also covering a good portion of our slide. And you know what, that looks fine. I guess the position is at 4 where my mouse is showing, where it's at 4 here. Now the next thing we're going to do is add another circle, but this time a regular circle. We're going to select no outline. We're going to change the fill to gradient fill and change the size to 12 cm by 12 cm. 12 cm by 12 cm. And I'm going to, oops, sorry about this. We haven't changed the fill of this circle. I'm going to change the color to dark green, dark blue, sorry. And then we're going to make it 85. Transparency is going to be 85. And I'm going to move this circle here till it's centered with this much bigger circle, hollow circle in the center of this bigger circle. And that's where we're going to have our the title of our slide. So before I even begin, because I want to copy the text or from here and then just use it in the other items here, and I'm being conscious of the alignment so that all the text will be on the top of our slide. So I'm going to go to insert, go to shapes, select, we're going to go to callouts, and we'll select this rectangle with corners rounded. So we're going to use this one. And again, I just usually click this. I'm going to go set this to no outline, and for the dimensions, we're going to have the height as 3.8 cm and the width as 16. And I'm going to just have this here. We're going to grab this yellow handle and want to have just kind of drag this out a bit till it's about here. And I'm just going to move this in a bit. I'm going to change the fill to gradient fill. And here we have this speech, is it text bubble or whatever you call it? It's a call out. That's what Microsoft said, PowerPoint said. So I'm just going to hold control, not shift this time, just control. And I'm going to have one more. And I'm going to move it slightly to one side, just so. And PowerPoint seems to like this position. So I'm just going to leave it there and hold control once more. And this time align it with the first one. And it's kind of, everything's kind of, is a bit tight. So I'm just going to move this up here to grab all three, kind of nudge it upward so that everything fits within the slide. So I think that looks fine. It's a bit tight, but it's okay. You know what? Let me move this. It was just like, I'm not going to be worried about the spacing, because this kind of I would like call it detail or whatever. It's kind of messing things up. So I'll just leave it as it is. So the final items are text. So insert, go to text box, and I'm going to write frequently asked questions. I have caps lock on, and this will be frequently asked. I'm going to use enter so that everything is on one line. Asked questions. And in parentheses, I'm going to have FAQ, because why not? There we go. I'm going to press escape so that we have the entire text box selected. Change the color to white, font to Montserrat, size 40. And I'm going to extend this till everything fits within the text box, and I'm going to change the alignment to center. And I'm going to move this text box till it's centered on this blue circle. And there we have our frequently asked questions, the title of our slide. Now I'm going to select this one. Instead of creating another text object, I'm just going to click on this, hold control, and drag this over here. I'm going to change the font size to 20. I'm going to open my notepad, and I'm going to copy this text here. That's the Q&A for the first one, and I'm just going to paste that here. I'm going to resize this text box so that it fits in our speech bubble, like so. And I'm just going to move it around and then center it on our text bubble. Now I'm going to hold Control to duplicate here, and I'm going to hold Control once more and duplicate and add this here. I'm just going to select both of them, go to Arrange, Align, and I'm going to Align Center. Once again, Arrange, Align, just to check, Align Middle, like so. And I'm going to select my notepad once more. I'm going to copy the second Q&A, and I'm going to paste this. Control A, and I'm going to paste that here. Let me resize this so that it fits like so. Once again, I'm going to select both of them, go to arrange, align center, and then align middle. Finally, we're going to work on the last speech bubble. I'm going to select this, select the third question and answer, and I'm going to copy everything, select everything here, and then I'm going to paste everything here. And once again, I'm going to select these two items, go to arrange, align, align center, once again, align middle. Now I'll just group this. While these two are selected, I'm just going to Ctrl G to group. Same with this one, Ctrl G to group. And then finally, I'm going to select these two and I'm going to group them as well. And now let's take a moment to look at our slide in the presentation, in the slideshow. And yeah, that's it. And we are done with our frequently asked questions slide. So now that we're done with our frequently asked questions slide, we're going to move on to our conclusion side. So finally, we're just going to insert yet another new slide like so. First things first, we're going to insert a circle. So shapes, we're going to select oval. We're going to click to get an oval. We're going to a circle. We're going to set this to no outline. We're going to change the fill to going to go to color, and then we're going to select our dark blue color, and I'm going to change the transparency to 85. Now we're going to change the dimensions to 22 by 22 by 22, and I'm just going to move this over here and just move it till it covers, the top and bottom, and I'm going to align it to the middle, and we have this here. So now we have some parts of the circle sticking out. We're going to trim that off. So the first thing we're going to do is insert shapes rectangle. Just click to get the rectangle. So I'm going to zoom out a bit to make things bigger, so smaller rather. I'm going to just increase the size of this rectangle like so. Just move things around. We can't really see the circle, but it's no, yeah. So this is way much bigger than we need, but of course it's fine. I'm just going to hold Control and duplicate it. Select the circle first, hold shift, select the rectangle, and then subtract, and we're done with that. I'm going to reduce this, hold Control, drag it to the top here, and select the circle first, then the rectangle, subtract. And for the bottom, we're going to do the same. And of course, I always give a little space. Select the circle, rectangle, subtract, and there we go. We have this image. Next, we're going to insert an image. So we're going to go to insert pictures and go to stock images. Give that a moment to load. So I'm going to search welcome, and we're going to select this image with this man extending his hand. Go for inserts. Now that we have our image, we're going to change the height to 16.25. And next I'm going to insert another circle, and I'll just click. I won't change, I'll just leave it as it is, and I'm going to change the height from 16 point, I'm going to change it to 16.25 by 16.25. And I'm just going to place it over this one. I'm going to hold shift, and you know what, his face is, I'm going to increase this a bit. So we just let's just increase it a bit more. So we're just seeing his jacket and hand part of his jacket, and then his hand. So I'm just going to make sure it's go to arrange, align bottom, and it's fine. So escape, select the image, select the circle, and I'm going to go to shape format, select one of the merge options, and then we're going to select intersect. And I'm going to grab this and move it a bit. We're not done with this image yet. I want to add a border. So I'm going to go to picture format and select border and just pick, let's just select this for now. Well, I just want to do a bit of editing. So while we're here, I'm going to go to the fill options, and now we have a solid line. I'm going to change the line to, let's change the width first. I'm going to change it to 30, and we have this really thick border around the image. We're going to change the line for our uh, border to a gradient. I'm going to take away these two markers first. Now for this one, I'm going to put it at 42. I'm going to change the position at 42, and I'm going to leave this at 100. For the one for 42, I'm going to go with the darker blue, and uh, for this one, I'm going to go with this lighter blue color. So we have the same gradients we've been having, we've had throughout this tutorial. I'm just going to select it, align, and I'm going to select align middle. So I'm just going to make it 100%, and I think that's fine. I'm just going to nudge it in a bit so we kind of have everything, you know, smush. Let's say smush. Let's get it closer. Well, you know what? Let's take it back. And this is the thing with PowerPoint. There's a lot of eyeballing going on, so that's fine. So we're just going to, if you want to, you can leave this edge, but for the sake of the tutorial, let's remove it. I'm just going to zoom out, insert, go to shapes, select a rectangle, just increase the size and make it much longer and wider. I'm going to put it here and make sure it's touching, and I'll just move it out a bit just in case. Select the image, select the rectangle, shape format, go to the made options and subtract, and there. I know it has this weird the border is kind of weird here, but that's fine. I'm just going to look at it, and this is what we have. So escape. Now we're going to add our text. First, let's reduce it, return it back to the full view. We're going to insert a text box, and I'm going to type welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And I'm going to select the text, change the font to Montserrat, size to 40. I'm going to increase this so everything is kind of open, and then I'm going to move this till it's here. So the edge of this welcome is on the center line. I'll just grab the same text box and drag it down. Change the size to 24. I'm going to open my notepad once more, and I'm going to select this last item. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to select everything. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to paste it here like so. I'm going to change the text alignment to center. Oops, let me select the entire text box, then make it center. I'm also going to make this center as well. Okay, it already is for me. So I'm just going to select this text box and move it up a bit, and select this as well and kind of bring it a bit closer. I'm going to select both of them, Ctrl G to group, go to arrange, and I'm going to align, and I'm going to align middle. And yeah, we're done with that. First of all, I'm going to group this because we're going to have a an animation or transition effect on this bottom text. And with that, we are done with the last slide. So now we're going to move on to animations and transitions. To begin our animations and transitions, let's go back to our first slide. And I'm just going to scroll here and I'm going to navigate back to our first slide. Going to animate this. So first what we're going to do is we're going to go to the animations panel. I'm going to select this drop down and we're going to go to shapes, motion parts, shapes, and we'll select this one. And that's the path it's currently taking. So what I'm going to do is, so this is the path our circle is going to take. I'm just going to drag it so that it kind of fills this entire circle. Basically, it goes around the circle, the bigger one. So I'm just going to drag it out till it's about here, and it just needs to go around the this big circle. And with that, we are, let me add a bit more because it feels a bit close over here. And when it's animated, so I'm going to the, I'm going to come up here and select the animation pane. So I'll just select this so that I can see it. And that was a bit, that's fast, but no worries. I just want to check, and that's fine. Next, I'm going to, so in our slide, this is where the circle is, but in an animation, that's where it's starting from. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this and rotate it till it kind of meets this other one, and boom, there it is. So I'm going to go again, play, and now it's animating the circle. And when you click out, when we go back to the, when we close this animation pane, it's animating the circle as from its original. Let's try that again. I'm noticing it's kind of close, so I'm just going to select it and move it out a bit, and of course move it so that it lines up with the other one. Again, once again, it's going to be a bit fast, no problem. So we're going to set start to with previous duration. We're going to make it 16, and let's just say, so it's going to take a moment. We're going to fix that in a bit, and I want to see it move around, and there we go. That's our animation for that circle. So that slow start and a slow stop, I don't want it to do that. I just want it to move in a uniform manner. So I'm just going to excuse me, come over here, come to effect options, and I'm going to make both of these 0. We're going to go to timing and repeat. We're going to set this to until end of slide, and okay, that's it. And you know what, let's open it in our presentation. Let's see the slide, and as soon as we open it, this circle is already moving, this smaller circle is already moving around the larger one. Now if you want it to be faster, you can reduce the duration, or if you want it to be slower, you can increase the duration, and it's going to keep doing this. So for the presenter, while they are, introducing the entire slide, this could just be playing in the background while they have this cover slide right there. So one last thing we're going to do, you notice that the circle is coming over this one. I don't want it to do that. I want it to go in between this one, like it's above this one sort of, but it's going underneath this. It doesn't really matter whether it's above or beneath this one, but it's going underneath these two, but also above this one, basically in between this and this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open a selection a selection pane. Then I'm going to click out, let me click out here. Let me close the animation because it's still showing the animation. We don't need that anymore. So let me go back to home. So this is the name of this circle. This smaller one is oval 18, and this is group 155, and of course we have our image. So I'm going to, this one, it doesn't really matter where it lies, so I'm going to bring oval 18 underneath group 155. So I'm just going to grab this and put this here. Let's see, go to the presentation and wait for it to get there, and there we go. It's going underneath the white circle and over the image, and it's going to keep doing this for the duration of our slide, meaning that it's going to do this until you click on to the next slide. And that's it for this, for the title page animation, the title slide animation. Now we're going to move on to the second animation, or our second animation in the second slide. So I'm going to select this one. I'm going to go to animations, and I'm going to bring down this drop down, and I'm going to create select grow slash shrink, and that's what we have. So you just give a preview. I'm going to change the start for with previous duration is 3, and I'm going to open the animation pane, select right click on the animation here, and then go to effect options. I'm going to go to this and change this size from 150 to 120. Smooth start is 0, smooth end is 0. I'm going to um, select this auto reverse. Then for timing, repeat is going to be until end of slide. So once again, these are the settings for this, and this is also the settings for timing, and we're going to do this, and it's going to be okay. So now we're going to see it's going to have this smooth transition animation where it's growing and shrinking. Let's look at it in the slide, and there we go. You can see it increasing and decreasing, and it's going to keep doing this kind of, well, that's a pulsing effect where it's growing and shrinking. So escape once more. Now to do the, we're going to do this one, the for this group as well. So what we're going to do is go here, select this, and we're going to select animation painter. So click on this, go to the second content slide, click this, and so we have this. So let's look at it, and now we have this shrinking and growing as well at the same um, speed with the other one. And with that, we are done with the animation for this two table of contents slide. Next, we're going to move on to the effects on this page. So what we're going to be animating is this text. So select the text box, select the drop down, and we're going to select floating, which was already there anyway. So I'm going to change some settings. Effect is by paragraph. And then what we're going to do is set start to with previous, so it floats in immediately we come to this slide. Then we are going to select this, and after previous, and also select this one to after previous. So this comes first, this comes second, and this comes third, sorry. And let's just see how it looks, and there we go. That's it, we are done with this one as well. For the next animation, we are going to skip number 5, slide 5, and we're going to number 6. Just select this one and then do floating once again. And no, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to undo that. I thought as much as I ungrouped it. I'm going to go to group, ungroup. I want to only animate this text box. So what I'm going to do is once again floating, and there we go, change the effects to by paragraph. and the start is going to be with previous duration. We're going to leave it as it is at 1 second. Now we're going to select, we'll leave this one as it is, select this one, and it will be after previous, and this one too, we'll also set it to after previous. Let's see how it looks, and there we go. That's the effect for this slide, the animation for this slide. So what we're just going to do, we'll just get straight right into this one as well, and I'm going to go to group, on group, and once again I'm going to use the same effect we used on this one. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to grab animation painter, come here, and then paint this. So we have this as with previous. I'm going to do the same for, I'm just going to grab animation painter, I'm going to click it twice so that I can use the same effect multiple times. Because if you use animation painter once, it goes away, but if you click it twice, it will stay till you click exit. Oh, I mistakenly clicked tab while I was clicking exit, but when you click sorry, escape, it's going to do that. So we're going to change the setting of this one to after previous, and then also this we're going to change it to after previous. So I'm just going to click outside, go here, and there we go. We have the same effect without other text, and we have the card sliding in. Escape to move on to the next slide or the next effect we're going to animate. Now that we have the effect down, and I've showed demonstrated it several times, we are going to use the animation painter to do the rest. So before I do that, I just want to make sure that our um, items are grouped appropriately, because it's not everything I want to animate. So I'm going to select this, and this is grouped. So if you have this grouped, you're going to just select these three items. I'm going to, sorry, I'm going to select these three items and right click, select group, on group. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this and then Control G, group, because this is the only thing I want to animate. I don't want to animate the image as well. Group this, and then we are going to group this. I'm going to move on to the next slide. For this one as well, I just want to group this. So this is in a group. I'm going to go to group, on group. And once again, while all three are selected, I'm going to once again go to group and select on group. Now I have these three text items separate from this icon and circle. I want to animate just these three. Then for the next thing, I'm going to move on to number 10, and I want to make sure that this want it separate. So mine is all in a group. I'm going to right click, go to group, select on group. And just to make sure, I want each of these four segments to be on separate groups. So I just want to check, and there we go. We have this. I'm using Ctrl C to go back. Move this. Yes, everything is one group. Move this. Select this. Yes. And once again, I'm going to select this to make sure, and it's all in one group. We're going to move on to number 11, and I want to make sure that these three cards are separate, and of course they are grouped. I'm going to ungroup it, and I want this to be three separate items. So I just want to make sure this card, yeah. So these three, now we all have this group. I'm just moving things around, then Control Z to return it back to its position, because I want to prepare it for our animation. I'm going to go to this one, and I want this and this. These are the two items I'm going to animate. This one we're going to do a bit of editing here, but no problem. We'll just have to do it piecemeal. So I want these two separate, and for this I want these to be separate, and it's all one group. I'm going to right click and then on group, and I want these 4 cards to be in on group. So we're going to go to group, on group, and I want it to be 4 separate cards. So I have this group, and this group, and it's ready for animation. So I'm going to go back to number 7, select this item, double click animation painter, come to this and click only this. Now I've applied the effect to the first one, just the first one. Move on to number 9, click just the first one. Go to this one, click the item on the top left corner, and we have this. And then for this one, I'm going to click this one as well. For this, I'm going to click just this one. And for now, we'll just leave it as it is, but we'll still have to come back and do some formatting. That's fine. And for this one as well, click just the first one and we're done. And I'm going to click escape, and the animation painter is we've turned off the animation painter. Go back to slide 7. Select this one. I'm going to click animation painter, and what we're going to do is click on this, click this, and this one now is after previous. This one is with previous, so it starts when the slide opens. It's going to come after this one, and we're going to click this one as well. And I want you to pay attention here, and you can see this kind of cascading effect. That means this one comes first, this one comes next, and this one comes last. So move on to the next one, click on this, click on this, and if you want to make sure it's working fine, just keep your eyes here. I'm going to select this one, I'm going to click this one next, this one, and then this one. And yeah, it's still giving that cascading effect. Number 11, click the second card, click the third card. Move on to, we'll skip 12 for now because we'll have to do we're going to change some settings. So I'm just going to leave 12 for now. Go to 13, click this, and click this. And now we have them coming one after the other, and I'm going to press escape to turn off the animation painter. Now we're going to go back to slide 12, and since this is a text, we now have this option. So I'm going to go here and go by paragraph, and this is what we have. So for this one, I'm going to click after previous, same thing here, go to after previous, here as well, after previous. And we're going to select this one too. It's still going to be the floating, and we're going to set this one to after previous. And then let me just look at it and say, yeah, this is what I'm going for. If you want it to come in faster, you can reduce the time. If you want it to come slower, you can increase the time duration. So let's see it from, let's see, slide 7. So I'm going to click slide 7, open the presentation, and this is what we have. I'm using my arrow keys to move to the next slide. Yes, next item. Next, we have our 3 cards coming in. Next, our text floating in, and finally our cards. And then the next item will be meet your team. So the next item will be meet your team. But for now, this is it. If I don't know if I'm too fast, let me know so that I can slow things down, or you can just slow things down or rewind as much as you can. But using animation painter is much more convenient, and it's better you get comfortable with using it. So I just wanted to show you how I did all these animations while using the animation painter. So for our next video, we are going to use the transitions tab. So we're going to open transitions. We'll come to number 15, sorry, number 14 first. First of all, I need to ungroup everything. Now you remember that we grouped these items multiple times. I need to ungroup everything. So I'm going to select both items, both groups, ungroup. I'm going to hold shift, select everything. Once again, right click, go to group and ungroup. Now everything is a single element. I'm going to go to slide 21. I'm going to select both items, right click, go to ungroup, hold shift, select all the items and ungroup. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to slide 15, click on that, select Michael's bio. We're going to copy that using Ctrl C. I'm going to go to slide 14 and I'm going to use Ctrl V to paste, and then I'm going to hold shift. Oops, I mistakenly selected that image there. Select the text box, grab the text box and move it outside slide. So let's come back to slide 15 and apply the morph transition, and that's the effect I'm going for. And we are going to apply this to all the meet your team slides with slight variations. So when we are currently in slide 15, so slide 14, Michael's bio is here. So what we're going to do this time, we're going to come to slide 16. We're going to select Sophia's bio. We're going to copy that. Come to Michael's bio and Ctrl V to paste. Select Sophia's bio and move it once again outside the slide. Now let's come to slide 16 and apply the morph transition. And there we have it. Michael's image goes down here, Sophia's comes up. So what we're going to do next now is um, come back to Michael's bio, Michael's page, select Michael's bio, copy it, come back to number 16, Ctrl V to paste. This time we're going to take this up to the top and outside the entire slide. Then go to slide 17. Grab James Patel's bio. We're going to copy that. Come back to slide 16 and paste it here. Grab that and move it once again outside the slide, and there we have it. So let's go back to slide 15. Let me apply the morph transition here just so for demonstration before we make it complete. But for now, let's go back to slide 15, open our presentation, and let me go back to the first meet your team slide. Now I'll go to the next one, second one. So Michael's bio goes up, Sophia's comes in, and then James comes in. But this one isn't complete. I just wanted to demonstrate. I wanted you to see what the effect I was going for. So escape. I'm going to go to slide 16, copy this text, come to slide 17, paste it here, select this and drag it upward. Go to the slide below um, slide 17. We're going to slide 18, copy Emily's bio, Control C, and come back to slide 17, paste it, and we'll move it to the right, like so. I'm doing this while holding shift so it stays in line. So while here, I'm going to copy this bio, James bio, go to slide 18, paste it here, and take that one up. Going to slide this upward, give it a bit of space. Then come to slide 19, copy Daniel's bio, come back to slide 18, Control V, paste and move this to the right outside our slide. And then while we're here, copy Emily's. Control C to copy, and while in this one, we're going to paste it and take it up outside our slide. And go to the next one. We'll go to slide 20, grab Aisha's bio. We're going to copy this, come back to slide 19, and we're going to paste this and move this outside like so. And for Aisha's, okay, we need Daniel's bio as well. Select it, copy it, come to slide 20, paste it, and we're going to, oops, I didn't do that properly, sorry. I'm going to copy Daniel's again, paste it, and this side, this is kind of, I'm just going to move it and then align it with her bio, and then drag it up and outside the slide. And for the final slide, we're going to, when we get here, it's going to return back to the first slide. So what I'm going to do with Aisha's, just like we did with Michael's, we're going to select this, copy this, come to this one, paste it, and of course, take it upward and just take this up. Now I'm going to go to slide 18, apply the morph transition, and with the preview, we can see that everything is working fine. Go to 19, same thing, morph. Yeah. Number 20, once again, morph transition. Let's look at the preview. It's looking good. And for the final one, number 21, of course, the morph transition, and it returns back to its original. So let's just look at it from slide 14. Let's look at the Meet Your Team section once again. Let me open it in the presentation mode. So we are in the Meet Your Team, first Meet Your Team slide. Michael's bio slides in. When it switches to Sophia, Michael's bio goes up, Sophia comes in from the right. Same thing here with James. Same with Emily, Daniel, Aisha, and finally returns back to the original. And with that, we are done with the effects on the morph, the Meet Your Team transition. The morph transition is, I don't know, one of the best I've ever seen. So that's it for the Meet Your Team section. Now for the next slide, we're going to go back to the animations tab. So we're going to select this group, and I'm going to use the floating. We're not going to change anything except the start. I'm going to select this to with previous. Then I'm going to do this in order so that in the animation pane, it's going to start with this, move to this, the arrow, group, arrow, group, arrow, group. So I'm going to select the arrow, and this time I'm going to select fade. Then this animation I'm going to make floating. This is going to be fade. This is going to be float in, once again, fade, and finally we have another float in. And this is why I'm doing it. I want it to be in order. If not, we would have just done it, floating, and then rearrange it, but I prefer to do this. So I'm going to select this, and just to make sure we have this with previous, I'm going to select number 1. That's the second one, and this will be after previous. Select the next one, go there and select it after previous. If you want to use this pen, you can also use this. Go to after previous, once again, after previous, like so. Finally, the last one we're going to set it to after previous. And once again, you want to look for this cascading effect. So what does it look like in presentation mode? I'm going to just open our presentation. And if it feels too fast for you, especially this fading, you can make the arrow come in a bit slower or a bit faster, but I'm not going to change anything. That looks fine to me. So we are done with the animations for the day one checklist. For the next slide, we are going to use, we're going to select this the largest circle first, and we're going to select the drop down menu and select grow shrink. And I'm just going to change the start to with previous, and on this animation here on the animation pane I'm going to select effects and options. I'm going to change the size to 110% like so, and smooth start is 0 seconds, smooth end is 0 seconds, auto reverse timing, the repeat is going to be until end of slide, and that's it. Okay, and we're going to have this very slow transition. It's going to continue, but that was just a preview. So this one is going to be simple, floating, but this time we're going to change it to after previous, and I'm going to select this, double click animation printer, select this, select this, and select this, and we are done. Escape. So let's see the events in the presentation. Now it's going to complete one circuit because it's this one needs to start, so it's going to shrink and grow first before everything floats in. If you don't like it, you can change it up a bit if you want the largest circle to move slower. So while the presenter is making their presentation, we have this circle doing its thing in the background. So that's it for this one. So we are going to move on to the next slide, slide number 24, and we're going to apply the floating animation again. So select the first item, make it floating, and we're going to change the start to with previous, select the second group and select floating as well, change the start to after previous. Finally, we're going to select this one, floating, and start will be after previous as well. So I'm just going to go to the slideshow and let's see how it is. And yeah, that's it. So once again, I'm just going to close that, but we're going to move on to the final slide. I'm going to select this bottom text box and I'm going to use floating as well. So I'm going to go to the effect options and I'm going to select by paragraph, and yeah, that's it. So finally we're going to change the timing. So I'm going to select this first option, the first paragraph. I'm going to set that with previous, second paragraph to after previous, and the final paragraph we're going to set it to after previous as well. So let's see it in the slideshow, and yeah, that's it. We're done with animations. Now let's apply our transitions. So I'm just going to scroll to our first slide, select the first slide, and I'm going to scroll down, hold shift and select slide 13. Go to the transitions tab and select fade. And that's it, we're not changing anything. Finally, we're going to scroll down once again, select slide 22, and we're going to hold shift and select slide 25 and apply the fade transition. And with that, we are done with our presentation. Let's go to slide 1 and just take a look at, yeah, and we are done with this. Let me click on the next one and the next one. I'm not going to look at every single slide. This is already a very long video. But yeah, we are done with this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.